Can I help you?
Is that it?
All hail Sega. There. Where's my $50?
That seems as good a sign-off as any. I don't think it's gonna get any better than that. Perfect cut, wrap, print. Queen Pib. In stereo where available. And where not available, it's not in stereo. There's nothing we can do about that, so don't blame us. We have no control over it. Call your internet service provider if there's some sort of a problem, or the local Twitch server. But if they're not giving you stereo and you want stereo, that's your problem, not ours. Don't bug us. Complain to your congressman or Newt Gingrich, like I'm sure he'd care. Ha! But we don't want to get any letters. Understand? Good.
Viewer discretion is advised.
Bad boys, what you want, what you want, what you gonna do? Shut the junk down the street for you.
Blink chilling that is sweeping across this city.
What you gonna do?
A deadly dog free with the snow.
Bad boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for you? Bad boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for you? Nobody now giving no break. Police now giving no break. Not out soldier man not giving no break. Not even your eyes now giving no break. Yeah, bad boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for you? Bad boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for you?
Cops is filmed on location with the men and women of law enforcement. All suspects are innocent until proven guilty in a court of law.
Sadly, that one doesn't have a belch in it. Good morning, afternoon, evening, whatever time of day it is. Welcome to the show. Hope you're having a good day so far. This is how you know I've been at this too long. I can decide with 20 seconds to go before the actual intro starts. Hey, why don't I switch it to the joke Resident Evil 3 version of the Cops intro I made like 6 years ago on a moment's notice. NBs, ladies and gentlemen, that's how you know you're dealing with a professional. Literally a split-second decision I made after we switched to the fake Orion logo. All right, let's start from the top and make it drop. See what we got here bright and early on a Wednesday. No more of this surrealist dark. The surrealist dark is done. I'm done with yelling at video games to make characters or fish do things or doing quantum leap bullshit or ghosts on Mars. I just want a nice, wholesome, down-to-earth, straightforward video game about zombies destroying a city. This is my version of a detox. Let's see what we got here. We got Chef, Display Salad, Ravaging Marvel, Bezel, Vectorman, LA3, welcome on in. Hello, Midnight Wolf, Nook the Crook, as well as Drip Nibbly, Crazy Two Shades as well. Welcome on in. The Queen Pib show. If this is the first show you've watched on Twitch since Monday, Queen Pib has officially nothing to do with any Crunchyroll Twitch drops bullshit you see going on up there, and therefore does not endorse it. So it's up there for nothing that has anything to do with me. You can just ignore the hell out of it. Icy Hawk, welcome on in. Kira Nightmare, Freya, good evening. Welcome on in. Little Black Dress as well. See, I feel like, and I should have dug this out of my, I don't know if I have it in my old Blue Sky archive or what, but it's like every once in a while, someone's like, hey, would you like a free 1 month or 3 month subscription to name a streaming service? And it's like, I think I'd rather pull all my fingernails out. It's the old Simpsons bit where Smithers is just walking down the road and he gets offered a job at Globex Corp or whoever's the one that Hank Scorpio's leading up. And he just says, can a man walk down the street without being offered a job? Except in this case, it's, can't a Twitch viewer walk down the road without being offered a 1 or 3 month subscription for a streaming service they're not already using? At least that's what I think. Still scrolling, I see Ruby Snowdrop, Dr. Pepper, welcome on in. LA Trois. Wait, no, I said, did I say it? I did. Fuck, you got a freebie. Damn it! Saying it with all the veracity of fucking Kiefer Sutherland. Damn it! Nilbog, welcome on in as well. Still scrolling. I see Vidor, Selfgo, Pizzo, I believe I already said hello to, but I'll say it again. How you doing? Gorillas into Mist as well. Pizzo, you figured out how to keep your acrylic nails on for more than 2 days. Congratulations. The only way I could keep them on is to just grow them organically. Once one breaks, they all go. Hello, Flounder as well. Eat a waffle, still a soapbox. Welcome on in. There, I think we're all caught up. You have nothing to say, but you're posting a comment anyway. That's most Blue Sky replies. But in this context, it's amazing and refreshing and beloved. So, like I said, we're gonna get to Resident Evil 3 tonight because we usually play it once a year. And usually if I don't play it on my birthday, I usually play it by about May or June. And as I can tell, it is either May or June right now. So there you go. Also, Gay Month will start a week early because I've decided it's always gay on the Queen Pib show. Hi, gay. But I've already made an executive level decision that we're going to hard pivot into the next meta, which is sort of like the, we'll see, we're going to do that police procedural meta. But before we do the police procedural meta, we have to do a crime meta, which means it stands to reason we have to play some games about allegedly committing crimes. So the gay meta, the gay subset of that meta starts next week when we're going to start playing Saints Row 2. AKA the best one that doesn't involve superpowers. And also because I have to knock another Star Trek actor off of my long list of Star Trek actors I've killed in video games. Yeah, you have to play that one in order to whack Michael Dorn. Sure, you could have whacked Michael Dorn in Fallout New Vegas, but then you'd be a prick. Yes, gay crimes are the best crimes. I know. What else is new? I mean, again, the thing about Resident Evil 3, especially if I'm playing it with cheats, which I am, is that it's the sort of game I could kind of play on autopilot and then just talk and shoot off at the mouth about things which include, but is not limited to, the Democrats' alleged search for a leftist Joe Rogan, which, first of all, good luck with that. Twitch doing a solid for some people and doing a big negative for others. But it'll have to be another scene to discuss that one. I don't know. Whatever other news of the day. So rather than sit here and yelling into the electric stick about it, I'm just going to weave it into the narrative broadcast. So you know what? Normally this is where I would do the fake commercial. I'm not even going to do that. We're just going to jump into the action. Or we're going to hope we can, because sometimes the PlayStation 1's a little touchy. Speaking of which, we cannot in good conscience play a game on a PlayStation 1 without permitting you fine, wonderful people to hear the following. I was gonna say it's harder than the Windows 95 one, but the guy who came up with the Windows 95 chime apparently just said he gave his entire licensing fee to pro-Palestinian support. Which means the Windows 95 chime is officially now way the hell better than the PlayStation 1 one. What can I say? It won by a nipple. Speaking of which, speaking of nipples, well, I'm glad that thing actually worked. For anyone who might be new here, I am Queen Pib, Patricia, Inga, Bogart. You may also call me Trish. I'm the queen of the retro, the queen of the ways that he old, and your time on this channel, this fat lip, fat hip, fat boobied, and fat booty channel is, of course, and as always, well wasted. Welcome on in. I put the broad in broadcast in a whole and wholesome hatred for my own hubris, and though these breasticles may be fake, the retro is real. That's the real PlayStation 1. And you can tell it's hooked up because I think the cord just had an issue. Like, it's looking fuzzier than it usually does. And I'm like, ooh, this could be awesome, or this could be dangerous. We're gonna be using it to play the classic Resident Evil 3. Game I like to get to at least once a year. You may be wondering about the outfit. Well, you know, sometimes the ideas in my head, sometimes they travel, because I was starting out like, you know, that one alternate costume in the game, where she wears like this black pleather catsuit with red accent. Ooh, what if you wore one of your catsuits with red accents? But I was like, wait a minute, what if you wore one of your catsuits with black accents? Wouldn't that look even better? And I'm like, yeah, it would. This is, I don't know, Jill Valentine if she was in The Matrix or something. So, you know, you got the catsuit, you got the 3D printed props, you got the silly badge that looks like a Star's badge if you don't look too closely at it. Or, I mean, an RPD badge if you don't look too closely at it. Bada bing, bada bing. I also love that depending on where certain things are, the white balance the brightness goes nuts. Depends on where things are on the screen here. Yeah, Jill Valentine in Underworld. Yeah, exactly. Jill Valentine by way of, Christ, what's her name? Fuck, I should know this. Kate Beckinsale. There, I didn't even need chat for that one. Your Bezos bucks for me? Well, I appreciate that, Pizzo. Thank you for the 19 months. Welcome back. You played Alone in the Dark 2 the other day, and it was an experience. Yeah, I keep putting it... I think I've put it on Pip Madness either once or twice. But I'm also coming to the point where I'm like, instead of waiting for a game to win Pip Madness, I should just play the game. You thought it was Keira Knightley in Underworld? Yeah, I think you're confusing that one with Pirates of the Caribbean, or however that's pronounced. What was the other thing I was gonna say? The other thing too is like some of the games I've been plucking for like the last couple months have been games that have been featured quite prominently in Pip Madness but never won. But like, I kind of want to do like a clearing out because next year I want Pip Madness to go in a different direction. And you want to know what direction that is? Too bad you can't find out. Not even the mod team knows what it is. Y'all are going to find out January 1st, 2026 along with everyone else here. All right. Let's plop Resident Evil 3 out of here and then let's get going.
We'll do it live. Fuck it. Fucking thing sucks.
Yeah, just play the game. That's how you get Lifeline. Yeah, Lifeline was in multiple Pip Madness tournaments. You could have had that thing years ago. It's not even September 28th. I know. Usually I play this game for my birthday. Hey, EB, how you doing? This game contains scenes of explicit violence and gore. Well, Christ, I'd hope so. What the hell do you think I'm playing? Fucking Kirby's Epic Yarn? As awesome as that is. And yes, this is Resident Evil 3 Nemesis, released for the PlayStation 3 and pending. 1999. It's also available for a couple other consoles, but it's on a PlayStation 3, and that's good enough for me. Yeah, just wait seven months to find out what it is exactly. Well, I was gonna say something else. Blanking on it. It's not important. Alright, so as you can see, I like to play Resident Evil 3 a lot. I think at one point I actually had a forked version of that save file that was up to 28. I gotta work my way back up there. I like this game, can you tell? Alright, so you're all quite familiar with the introduction for this game, but I think we'll hit it anyway. Obviously we will continue, which will just restart the fucking game anyway.
It all began as an ordinary day in September. An ordinary day in Raccoon City. A city controlled by Umbrella.
It was a big car crash. I died.
No one dared to oppose them. And that lack of strength would ultimately lead to their destruction.
No one was willing to have principles. No one was willing to put down their lattes.
I suppose they had to suffer the consequences of their actions. But there would be no forgiveness. If only they had had the courage to fight.
Jill literally just said, all my neighbors suck.
It's true that once the wheels of justice begin to turn, nothing can stop them. Nothing.
Wow.
It was Raccoon City's last chance. And my last chance. My last escape.
Just so we're clear, the lady voicing her in this game is Canadian. We don't pronounce it that in Canada. It's raccoon.
This is Chopper Delta, preparing to drop off at area E950.
Or Rakin.
What are they?
Oh no! They're drones of people who think using ChatGPT is acceptable. Oh, thank God the local constabulary is here to put an end to that. I might have to fuck with the cables on this thing. Ah, good. The military's here as well to stop things from getting woke or something. I don't know. All right, police, this is the one time the public says you can match up with impunity. Do it! I gotta say, I don't think they're doing a very good job. Ah! This is like me doing the chicken coop stage in Vampire Survivors. Personally, my issue is I think they brought rifles that are too big for this job.
Actually, I could go with a little less, thank you very much.
Yeah, Chief Irons only play for the Stormtrooper gunplay class. Yeah, no kidding. Farewell to your life, your home. Girl, you live in a studio apartment. It ain't that much to say goodbye to. Yes, shouting increases accuracy. Hey, it works for Jack Bauer. Anyway, in case you're wondering if she's going to get her damage deposit back, all signs point to no, unfortunately. So, me being the schmuck that I am, this will be an infinite ammo run, so don't take it personally. Because I like to be able to think and relax. Again, this is me playing this game is my equivalent of a detox. I actually kind of see what happens if I don't go down there. I want to see if he'll come back. I'm also wondering if maybe I should attempt to fix the cord. Because, like, it's fuzzy looking, but that's fuzzier than it normally is. Yeah, I mean, as long as it's not doing that crap too often. You know what? I think I'll keep it. It adds an extra little, hey, how you doing? You know, I've never actually sat here just to see if they would either, you know, retch on Jill or try climbing a thing or what. I've never actually just sat here. Look, sometimes it's about you know, the calm things in life. Sometimes you just gotta sit back, relax, and you gotta take a moment to sniff the burning flesh in the evening. The burning, rotting flesh. Come on, folks, because again, if you don't sit down and, life might pass you by if you move too quickly, you know? You gotta sit back and enjoy the sights and sounds and the smells of rotting flesh. Isn't it just the best? Yeah, that's what I thought. You like that it's time to walk away? It's like, come get me. Do something about it. Yeah. You gonna do something about it? Huh? Huh? That's right. Walk away. These zombies must be made of fire starter logs to hold in that flame. I mean, who needs to buy a bundle of kindling down at the grocery store where you can just hack off this guy's limb? You could use that thing to cook weenies on for hours. Never mind a Yule log, just give me that guy's arm. It'll keep me warm all fucking winter. Anyway. I suppose we'll have to turn around and advance the plot. Recently passed Resident Evil Survivor. You thought it would be long, but you got through it 3 hours in high difficulty. Oh yeah, Resident Evil Survivor is a little bit of a quicker endeavor. Go figure, there's no puzzles. Oh my god, girl, run.
September 28th, daylight. The monsters have overtaken the city. Somehow, I'm still...
I want a version of this game where instead of the door animations, it does the Law and Order transition.
Okay, we've got to get out of here.
Do we?
What? What do you think you're talking about? I just lost my daughter out there. How dare you tell me to go back outside?
Well, she's always in the last place you look, which was
I'm
outside.
sorry about your daughter, but there isn't gonna be any rescue. We have to get out of here.
No! I'm not going anywhere. I'd rather starve to death in here than be eaten by one of those undead monsters. Now leave me alone!
Oh my god, sir. There's no need for screaming like that. There's no need for name calling. Chad, I have good news. I can confirm he's not gonna starve to death. Hey, Furious, well, come on in. This is my public service announcement, by the way. Would you believe that 4 out of 5 Resident Evil 3 players don't know that you can walk back up to this thing and interact with it and he'll scream at you some more?
I told you! I'm not leaving! Never! Just get away from me.
Now you're aware. There's no music in here, so I'll just play some of this now. Yes, that nasty man just screamed at us. This stream is for everyone who played the game with a loose RF adapter. Exactly, it adds stank. Hell, you think it looks even... depending on your interpretation, it looks either better or worse on the actual preview television. I wonder if I can take a picture of that. I wonder if I take a picture if it'll render properly here. Yeah, it might. Hang on. God damn it, fucking camera. Sort of. I'm gonna post it in meme spam. Give me a second here. Cause yeah, it's even fuzzier on the actual TV that I have. I don't know why I'm pointing. You don't know where anything is in this room. God, that's a bit I haven't done in a hot minute. Is point at something and then go, why the hell am I pointing? You don't even you have no frame of reference for anything in this fucking room. So what good would pointing do? Alright, let's see here. Just adjusting the thingy here. Yes, yes. No, Pixlr, I'm not paying for you, so you can stop serving ads. I'm not paying for you. It's not happening. Make your peace with that. So yeah, bearing in mind that refresh rate being what it is, the stank is actually a lot louder on the actual TV. There you go. So now you can see that if you're in the Discord. And hello, call me mommy, deviant individual, and gay caliphate as well. Welcome on in. Yes, I'm staying with the RPD realness, though I may be dressed as sexy Jill Valentine. Remember, the badge is here. You do not talk to me without your attorney present. If I stop you, chat, what do you say? What do you say? You know the words. You know them. Come on. There's an order to them. You know what they are. I find it necessary to remind you. I'm not just exactly the first thing you say is I'm not discussing my day with you. And then the next thing you're gonna say to me is am I being detained? And if I answer yes, you know what you say? I'm invoking my Fifth Amendment rights. I want my lawyer. And you know what you do after that? You shut the fuck up. You have to. They've added in that line. It's not just I'm invoking my right to remain silent. It's I invoke my right to stay silent, and I want my lawyer. They've added that extra line in there because apparently, because what happens is the cops may decide they want to keep talking to you anyway. But the problem is if you keep talking and you didn't request a lawyer, that means you may have rescinded revoking your Fifth Amendment rights. But if you demand a lawyer and invoke the Fifth, and then they goad you into talking again and you break, they may be able to get the confession thrown out. So remember, even though I'm Sexy Jill Valentine, you do not talk to me without your attorney present. Except right now, everyone in here has amnesty for tonight, I guess. Something like that. I also added the new command into the chat bot. It says, look, I don't know what this Crunchyroll bullshit is, and I have no affiliation with it. Let me see. I mean, I could start with the Samurai Edge, but we both know I'm not going to be using it for long. Give me the bazooka. I'll be getting a shotgun soon anyway. You're representing yourself? Well, when are you going to arrive? Alright, so I believe actually what I should do is I'm going to take that stuff in a bag here. Take that, put it in the bin. So, what are a couple of things I could rattle off about here today? Other than, you know, shut the fuck up Friday is every day. Dunda Bonnie, thank you for the 4 months. Welcome back. Jill wardrobe change incoming? Of course, we have to do fashion. It's the law. And you know, of course, the law is the arbiter of all morality. And what better way to follow and love the law than to do the fashion show? We literally have to. We have to do that. We have to do that. We must do that. But at some point down the line, we are going to do the police procedural arc, and titles on that include, but are not limited to, L.A. Noire, a full playthrough of that, Narc for PS2, probably not a full playthrough of that one, more for the shock value than anything else. There's something else in there. A couple of Law & Order games for PC if I can get them working properly. Your vote is for the OG Stars uniform. I almost wore that tonight. Well, my interpretation of it. Yes, fashion and violence are the hallmarks of law enforcement. I mean, why do you think so many styles of it kind of take away from Nazi SS uniform chic? It's the backdoor exit, chat. I also forgot to get the key, so I can't go in the back door. It's strange, because I don't usually have that problem. Oops. My bad. How dare. True crime streets of maybe LA. I've never played New York. The only thing I can remember is... I remember a friend of mine had True Crime Streets of LA, and the save file kept corrupting and deleting itself. So I'd have to look into that if I was even going to consider any of that. We have a rocket launcher. Why do we need a key? Because, unfortunately, the rocket launcher, it doesn't take the rocket launcher key. It doesn't. It don't do that. All right, let's try the back door again. Oh, hi. Oh, that would have scared the shit out of Rio. A spider just jumped onto my monitor here. Excuse me. How you doing, bud? Oh, you ain't doing so good no more. Tell you what. While I clean that up, we'll take the short commercial break. I'll be right back.
Come on down to Kunkelman Chevrolet. We now have Jaguars. We have Panther bodies. We have Fox bodies. We have Cougars. Whether you just inherited a fat stack of California cabbage from a dearly departed relative, or you just got your first big boy job at your dad's paper refinery and need to show former classmates you're making career money at 19, let us talk you into something unreasonably fast for just $99,999.29.25. Any make, any model, it's all the exact same price at Kunkelman Chevrolet, Buick, GMC, Oldsmobile, Suzuki, Harley Davidson. We have used cars, we have luxury cars, we have LS swap power wheels, we have divorce. Infidelity is a choice, Rebecca, and you gave me no option but to choose it. Cure your loneliness with a weapons-grade dose of acceleration and treat the turnpike as your own personal Nürburgring. Because speeding tickets are more affordable than ever and the points just fall off like brisket from the bone. At least that's what our friend who took the LSAT tells us. Lose your right to federal assistance at Kunkelman Chevrolet, Buick, GMC, Tesla, Duesenberg, Pete Davidson. Come down to the only unregistered used car dealership with supercharged power and sales associates with names like Jason, Raymond, and Shane. Come get these withering handshakes and coffee so hot you can't drink it, with powdered creamer so lumpy it rests at the bottom of the cup like sunken treasure. Find the X and dig up savings at Kunkelman Chevrolet. Buick, GMC, Hyundai, Suzuki, Kia, Jaguar, but not Ford or Land Rover. When you're gone off that perk 30 and have a handle of wild turkey and the spousal support check comes through in the mail, you just got a hit on eHarmony and insurance approved your Cialis prescription, that's when you know it's time to treat yourself to a Jaguar F-Type so you can join your problematic army of professional condom forgetters. That price is so rock bottom they bust through the Earth's core. Come out the other side and go sky high again. We know where you live at Kunkelman Chevrolet, but with Riz. There's no half-assing here. This is double cheeks, fully loaded, ready to make it clap like the plane just landed. So clear your search history and burn anything you don't want used against you, and come on down to Kunkelman Chevrolet. Buick, GMC, Oldsmobile, Land Rover, but not Jaguar. Ford, Suzuki, Ford, Tesla, Jaguar, but never Land Rover, Chrysler, Ridge Racer, Ford a third time. Off Route 425-2529, Harrisburg.
I literally took a stack of $100 bills and just smacked the problem. What am I, the Democrats? Just weird, because I didn't even think there were spiders in Resident Evil 3. Yes, I literally murdered them with capitalism. Literally did. Alright, let's go bag ourselves a free shotgun here. And we can also say hi to OG Brad Vickers. Because I think we're about to get raided by him. What's that? I think I see and I hear an OG Brad Vickers raid coming. Damn, you really had to raid and run, huh? Should I be killing the people he raided in with? Well, let me tell you. We know you got a lot of raid targets out there, and I guess as thank you for that, please enjoy this complimentary rocket launcher to the face. Oh my god, he left us a shotgun. How sweet. Yeah, they should have followed the channel. Exactly. There you go. Yes, we love OG Brad because he's an icon. And, you know, he cleans up good, especially when he's on episode of Airs the Dead Disasters. Oh boy. That was one of, ooh. Love that blip. That was one of the news stories that came out, I think it was, there's been a lot of jokes about it, but it seems the Democrats are finally getting serious about it. When I mentioned, you know, using the power of money to kill a spider. There are the Democrats, unironically, high-level Democratic donors and whatever the hell you want to call them, operatives, stuff on and so forth. One of the things they've really latched on in the 2024 election is this idea that so many people voted for Donald Trump because of Joe Rogan, who is a podcaster. Like, oh my God, so many people voted for Donald Trump because Joe Rogan liked the guy. We need our version of Joe Rogan. And, where do you want to begin with this, chat? Would you like to begin with the idea that if the Democrats had any ideas, any policies that were worth the damn to the electric, they wouldn't have to pay anyone to say the goddamn things? Or the fact that we already have a story about a susceptible audience being a susceptible audience being forced to attempt to adhere to capitalism and failing because their host couldn't quite hold it in. It's called Wayne's World. You know that scene at the start of Wayne's World where he's like Russell, who's also an LA Noir, coincidentally enough, says, look, kids are smart. Kids can smart phonies from a mile away. The kids are very smart. And then Brian Doyle Murray says, kids know dick. That's the Democrats. Kids know dick. And it's like, oh shit, I thought these were red herb. God damn it. Fuck me, here I am up here wasting herb. What are you gonna do? I'm wondering. Nah, we'll leave the stank on. Tell you what, we're gonna put a pin in that one for just a second, because it's time for a fashion show. You could buy 100+ local papers and run local news and sports and just happen to have left-leaning analysis sometimes. No fucking shit. Yeah, Wayne's holds signs. This man will concede to Republicans. Or the one that I posted this morning. This man rubber-stamped all of Trump's cabinet nominees. Hi, on Wayne's World, we're here to bring on our sponsor, Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer. Instead of this man has no penis, it's this man rubber-stamped Trump's cabinet picks. Alright, before we go any further, I gotta figure out fashion. Now, of course, the stock Resident Evil 3, it's always iconic, always stunning. It is amazing that her miniskirt doesn't ride up and her tube top doesn't go down. Both things that defy the laws of physics. Let's see what else here. We have the Regina from Dino Crisis. Sort of an oddball pick here, but we'll have a look. I mean, it's serving. It comes with a complimentary red wig, but I don't know. It brings back too many unpleasant memories of playing Dino Crisis 1. Dino Crisis 2 was great, though. let's see. We have the one one of the ones I'm thinking about, just partially what tonight's outfit's inspired by. This lovely little bisexual icon cat suit here with a very lovely red choker, red belt, leather. We love it. It's a contender. We also have, what else we got here? We've got the Yakuza 0 special. We got the Kiryu disco suit. It's an icon in its own right as well, but unfortunately, she can't pick up a bicycle and bludgeon people with it. So unfortunately, I'm gonna have to disqualify it right there. No disco stomping, can't do it. You can slay at karaoke though, that's true. We also have the Officer Jenny. I'm kind of thinking about this one, to be completely honest. I never ever do the Officer Jenny. So called because it looks like Officer Jenny from Pokemon, except if Officer Jenny had a gun and didn't care much for your 4th and 5th Amendment rights. So the Officer Jenny's an option. And then finally, of course, we have the Resident Evil 1 special, which is a little weird, and I'll explain it to you why this version of the outfit has always low-key bugged me. And it's because her beret and her shoulder pants are teal or turquoise instead of navy blue like her pants. It's supposed to match the pants. The blue is off, and all right, that's it. That's it. I gotta do something about the picture quality. I've got to do something about the fucking picture quality. Excuse me. No, not that button. This button. Let me see here. Gonna have to change it. Let's see here. That can't do things. How does that look? Oh, that's way better. Way better. Oh, that's way better. Yeah, Spoon, that was now your chance. So I'm between the cat suit and the meter maid. Though bearing in mind we have a limited amount of time with which we could also change our mind. But, you know, I think I kind of got to wear with what I'm wearing right now. I think I got to do that. I mean, ooh la la. I mean, my boobies are out more than hers, but, you know, we'll let it slay. All right, let's get back out here. So yeah, that's apparently the thing, is the Democrats are just gonna light a whole bunch of money on fire just to anoint probably Pod Save America or some other dipshit with the job of being the quote-unquote left-wing Joe Rogan. Now, bearing in mind that when we say left-wing Joe Rogan, what we really mean is liberal Joe Rogan. Because there's a difference. Amen as well, welcome on, and I'm always slaying white, thank you. Yeah, I've been playing a bunch of weird fucking games, so I thought I'd bring it back down to earth with some Resident Evil 3. Again, a game that I could largely play on autopilot if I wanted to. Also, let's go say hi to OG Brad Vickers again. He's right down there. Alright, do y'all want sassy OG Brad Vickers or regular OG Brad Vickers? I need an answer right now. Sassy or standard? Okay, so the way you get sassy, Brad Vickers, is you turn around and try to leave the room right after you go in. It's the same line read, but it's done two different ways.
Get away!
So you just trying to leave the room? It's this exact same conversation, but they did 2 different line reads for it.
Brad, why isn't someone doing something about this?
You, something.
No one's trained to handle this kind of situation. What could anyone do? Listen, he's coming for us. We're both gonna die.
What are you saying?
You'll see. He's after STARS members. There's no escape.
You know, Brad, not to point out the obvious, but shouldn't you be in your helicopter right now? I feel like boots on the ground commando shit's a little bit outside your area of expertise. Maybe you want to leave this to the professionals? He did say the line. He did. He really, really did. So, you could just go out the front door, but that would just waste time, so we're probably not going to do that. But yeah, like, now, arguably, the closest thing the left has to a Joe Rogan, warts and all, is Hassan Piker. He's not perfect, obviously, but in terms of, you know, a leftist with an organic large audience and large influence who actually also can occasionally parade around with certain elements of the Democratic Party, it's him. Will they work with him? No, they threw him out of the fucking DNC back in the summer. There's no goddamn way in the world they'd ever work with him. They wouldn't. I think there were red herb around. Oh, I know where the red herb is. I forgot. And he himself has gone on record as saying, you're not going to podcast your way out of this. You can't. First of all, look, I don't know about you. Maybe you're different than I am because you're the one who tuned in for an unedited 4.5 hour broadcast. But like, I feel like if someone says to me, unprompted, hey Pib, are you listening to name of podcast? You could have asked me if I would take pleasure in removing my toenails with a pair of pliers, because in both instances, it's going to be the same answer with the same tone. Like, I'm just not a podcast person. I'm just not. It's also tricky for me to look up long form content. And this is why whenever someone gets here and is like, oh my God, I love the show, and then keep coming around, I'm like, I don't know how you found this show. I don't know how you got it in you to stick around. I don't know if I would have stuck around. My brain's not wired that way. Which is why I'm grateful whenever that actually happens. Because I'm like, I don't think I would have done this. I'm gonna unlock this door. Make my life a little easier. Then go back on over here. But yeah, the idea is that, well, why would we need a leftist Joe Rogan? Well, we gotta deprogram all the little shits. It's like, I think you fundamentally misunderstand why people would listen to a Joe Rogan type. And again, I'm not gonna sit here for any length of time and say that I like Joe Rogan. I don't care for the guy. Do not care for him whatsoever. But to sit there as a Democrat and be like, oh, well, we could just wave a magic wand and come up with a liberal equivalent of him. It's like, I think you're ignoring all the things Joe Rogan had to do to get to that point. I mean, the man's put an awful lot of work into show business and later into MMA to get where he is. It's not like it just happened overnight. Didn't the DNC also go out of the way to ignore pressers? Yeah. So it's like, what are you looking for? Well, not you. I mean them. Like, what are they looking for? Someone will be like, yeah, I was cooking shit on my Traeger grill. It's not gay or anything. But it would also be like, yeah, we should, like, I don't know, not be dicks. Like, what's the, like, what is the message? There's a line that has lived rent-free in my head from the moment when I heard it. It was the DVD of Analyze This. I think I watched it in 2004. It came out in 1999. It's Billy Crystal and Robert De Niro. It's about a New York City gangster basically having a mental health crisis and turning to Dr. Ben Sobel, played by Billy Crystal, for help. And he's perplexed by the idea because it's ridiculous. He's a criminal mastermind. By default, his brain's not exactly going to be wired correctly. So at some point in the movie, he's perplexed. He just looks at Paul Vitti and says, "What is my goal here? To turn you into a happy, well-adjusted gangster?" My brain was gonna say, my brain got the H in happy and the W in well transposed there for a second. But yeah, like, what is my goal? To turn you into a happy, well-adjusted gangster? To make you someone who still, you know, has committed to a life of crime, of extortion, but is also happy inside? Like, what is my goal? It's like, what is the goal of a leftist Joe Rogan? And of course, you can also debate whether a liberal Joe Rogan is even a leftist Joe Rogan. Conservative. When one of the parts the whole left Joe Rogan thing misses is that he was a sports guy doing a sports and pop culture thing and then became politically influential. That's exactly it. Conservatives who set out to be political influencers never get nearly as far. Exactly. Joe Rogan played the long game. He was someone who put out things people liked and then let the politics kind of seep into it, which is kind of what I do around here. I mean, I could be the React Andy who does all the top stories of the day and watches all the videos and after 3 years just goes completely around the bend and burns out or something. Or I could just put out conventional content, shut up chat, and then just kind of seep the talking points into it, like what Chef's doing right now. And that's what it is. Like a Joe Rogan, like, okay, let me see if I can remember some okay. Chat, I want you to be honest with me on this one. Chatters, be honest challenge, okay? I'm gonna rattle off a bunch of names of various conservative podcasty type people, okay? And I'll do you a, and if you have to write one in chat if you don't know the names of everyone I just said. It has to be everyone. I will do you a solid. I will not include. I won't include Ben Shapiro in that because I mentioned him too often. So I'm not gonna mention that as the name, but I'm gonna rattle off a couple of conservative, officially conservative, or inadvertently conservative podcasters. And if you don't know any of the names, you write one in chat, okay? I'm gonna rattle off like 4 or 5 of them. Dave Rubin, Steven Crowder. Remember, I'm not done yet. I'm not done yet. Now you're just cheating. I'm not saying you have to, I'm not saying anyone has to admit to list them. I'm just saying, were you aware of their existence? So yeah, Dave Rubin, Steven Crowder, Cenk Unger. Pib, you're including him in this list? Yeah, I'm including him. Ethan Klein. That one's gonna be tricky. Some people may have heard of that last one. Okay, list is done. How many people heard all those names and just went, I don't know who those are? You can write one in chat. Okay, we have a couple of them. We legitimately have a couple of them. And I believe you. Except very Big Penguin, I don't believe you. But, you know, I'll take your answer anyway. You know half, but you're not from the U.S. Exactly. The point being that these are people, and Cenk Unger is like, why did you include me in that? I'm like, because you're a conservative. You just don't know it. Yeah, the third one is Hassan's uncle. But, the point is like, there isn't really, I mean, they could do, I'm sure, quite well for themselves, but they haven't descended to A-list. They're not like, I get the feeling like if I cornered my mother and say, have you heard of the name Joe Rogan? Do you have a vague idea of who he is? My mother would probably say yes. She lives a perfectly normal existence in Canada. She doesn't have cable TV. She reads books. She does crafts. She works in a winery. She picks grapes along with Cubans and stuff like that. She leads a perfectly normal existence. She's probably heard of Joe Rogan in passing. But all those other names, I guarantee you she's never heard of them. Guarantee she's never heard of them. Sometimes I like to use my mother as the center point for like being normal. That's like, because if I say on the internet, like I've been on the internet too long. I know things. I know stupid things. I know stupid shit. She doesn't. She's been on this planet for like over 50 years. Pib, surely it's more than that. Yeah, but that's the only number I'm comfortable saying. Trashy Queen, thank you very much for the 28 months. Welcome back. Thank you. Let's see. I think we can put the lighter away for now. We will probably save the game. Let's put the first aid spray down there. Dems play by the rules and Republicans are... Yeah, I get what you mean with that. We're like... The Democrats are desperate to hang on to rules and norms and also just extremely tied to the status quo, whereas the Republicans like, yeah, we'll play to our looniest fringe. Who cares? Those people are great. And to Republicans, populism is embraced, and Democrats, populism is to be destroyed. The average was that exactement, chef. That's how you know I got some French in me. When you pronounce it in French, it's exactement. It's not. It's actually spelled exactly the same, but it's pronounced different. Actually, it's not. It's not spelled exactly the same. Whatever. Who cares? But right. So yeah, like I said, Joe Rogan is the brand generic. And anyone else is basically just second fiddle, third fiddle, fourth fiddle, so on and so forth. And yeah, from here, we're going to roll with the rocket launcher because certain things are about to happen. And to go on, what they admit is basically a full-throated attempt to just astroturf a version of Joe Rogan into existence. I mean, I don't, like, the word astroturf wouldn't even begin to describe it. Tell you what, let's get through the next sequence here, and then we'll continue blabbing about that. But hey, while it's broad, that's the funny thing, you go in the RPD, it's broad daylight. By the time you leave, it won't be broad daylight no more. So we can admire this 1970s boxy thing. These two Volkswagen Golfs that are right behind each other for some goddamn reason. We know what is actually going to happen here, Bill Maher. Jesus Christ. I mean, I didn't want to say it, but probably. Also, let's see. We got a 56 Chevy. I want to say that's a DeLone in front there. All right, let's go. Let's go on Brad's big date here real quick.
We've gotta.
Oh no, Brad. Maybe should I? My favorite part is Jill's like, well, I could save him, but like.
No!
Damn, Jill, you didn't even want to use your flashlight? Getting Dead by Daylight brained for a moment here. I'm not gonna get to the Bill Maher point yet. First of all, let's fight with the monster so I can get the silly gun he drops. Yeah, not the Mori. I know, Gavijali. But like, because yeah, in order to, like, the problem is you couldn't do it with Bill Maher. You couldn't do it with Bill Maher. Like, it wouldn't fit the billing. Like, if the idea is to make, again, let me just say unapologetically and for the record, it's a bad idea, and to spend any actual time on it is reductive, stupid, it's a waste of time and money, and to be completely honest, it's the Democrats encapsulated. Ooh, what a very attractive badge you have. It almost looks like the one I have if you don't stare at it too quick here. Most relevant thing he's done was being annihilated by Larry David's op-ed? It sure was. Alright, well, I guess Brad did need his wallet, so, mine now, I guess. It stars Alpha Team member Brad Vickers. His face has been disseminated. Well, it's been disseminated. How about tall, dark, and ugly over here? Nothing? Fair enough. But, like, it can't be Bill Maher. Because Bill Maher is already a political talking head. Now, we can all say that we don't much care for his political talking points. Because we don't. So when I used to watch it back in, like, I don't know, 2016, 2017, I called it the Happy White Liberal Fun Time Hour. And 8-9 years later, I think I want to say that that title still holds up. Just now it's a pejorative. I guess someone got to get the unicorn medal on this go around here. I forget, does this thing have the no ink ribbon here? Good. The police station map, we'll grab that there. But yeah, the idea, and again, Pope Corky the Ninth pointed this out, is that Joe Rogan started out doing a thing that normies liked. He was the guy from Fear Factor, and then he did some UFC, and then he became the UFC color commentator. Password is 0131. And then he branched out into podcasting. He branched out into the politics stuff, which arguably is what you're supposed to do if you want to make it big on Twitch. You cannot become big on Twitch simply by doing Twitch. Not to a household name anyway. You have to do something and then come here and do it. Me doing what I do has just been doing it the hard way for 8 years. Is Bill really a liberal or just contrarian? I would say he is a liberal, warts and all. Oh, he's peak liberal, as a matter of fact. But again, I don't mean that as a compliment. We just have to make sure we don't kill Marvin, okay? Never kill your Marvin. There's a couple zombies in here we'll take out, but Marvin has to stay alive. Actually, is Marvin even in here? I can't remember if it's... One of them is Marvin. You're not Marvin. Okay, the ones that aren't Marvin get to die. Marvin, however, has to live. Actually, wait, no. Actually, no. No, Marvin... Oh, I forgot. No, Marvin is Resident Evil 2B game. The Marvin in Resident Evil 3 just stays where he is. Bill just sucks. There's nothing to contribute. Yeah, that too. Someone has made quite a mess in here. Yeah, who left all those dead bodies over there? Who the fuck did that? I don't know. Let me wait till my union rep here. I'm not answering any questions otherwise. It all boils down to Dems once again refuse to look toward inward to find the actual problems. Yeah. I mean, I already said it's that if the Dems had a message that podcasters would want to talk about, they would just talk about it. You wouldn't have to pay them to do it. But you would have to find someone who's already done stuff normies like. We have two problems. One, you'd have to identify a normie that normies know, like, and respect by and large. And if you want to get these people where they are, if you're specifically trying to deprogram people in and adjacent to the manosphere, you couldn't just pull out Bill Maher. You couldn't just pull me out. You couldn't pull out Chapel Roan. I'm not saying you would use her out, I'm just using her as an example. You would have to find...
I'm in the car.
Her, actually.
The champ is here!
That would work.
The champ is here!
Whoa, wait a minute.
The champ is here!
Gentlemen. The police have themselves an RV.
Avian Raiders, hello, welcome on in.
Get over there!
Avian Raiders, hello, welcome on in. I am Queen Piv, Patricia Bogart. You may also call me Trish. Queen of the retro, queen of the ways that he old, and your time on this channel, this fat lip, fat hip, fat boobied, and fat booty channel, is of course, and as always, well wasted. Welcome on in. I put the broad-in broadcast to the whole and wholesome hatred for my own humor, since though these breasticles may be fake, the retro is real. That's a real PlayStation 1, and it's hooked up in a real dumbest manner to make it look and sound as bad as it used to. Hell, this is even a Barbie PS1 controller over there. Make sure you check out friend of the channel, AV. She does a hell of a lot of really good high-quality retro shit over there. I'm not calling it content. I'm calling it quality broadcasting. I'm telling you, she's hardcore. She will play old-timey dungeon crawlers, and not only will she make the map with grid paper, she'll show you the map that's being made. This is someone who respects her craft. Check her out, please, and goddamn thank you. We're playing this cute little game made by Puppet Combo. It's called Resident Evil 3. Stars this Jill Valentine lady from Dead by Daylight. It's wild. I didn't know they made these games. We know you got a lot of raid targets out there on the TTV, and we're always thankful anyone chooses to spend time with little old me. Thank you so much for coming on by with you folks. That song is swinging, it sure is off duty orders. Welcome on in. Always happy to stop in, always happy to have you. Marvin is talking about the theft of stuff in an autopsy. Yeah, forget it. I've been playing a lot of weird shit lately, so I decided I would detox by playing Resident Evil 3. But it's a save file that's got 24 completions on it, so basically I can play it and then just carry on a conversation while that's going on. Yes, Dead by Daylight 3, Nemesis, exactly, Spectre Saunders. We have been talking about why the Democrats' attempt to find a quote-unquote leftist Joe Rogan is going to fail, and then after that, I'm gonna shoot off at the mouth at Latin American streamers unwittingly engaging in a labor action, getting a better deal on their Partner Plus points, as well as, I haven't broached this topic yet. I don't even know if the people in my chat know about this one. Did y'all know that Twitch replaced some of the category icons for some of the generic things, like the food and drink category, with clearly AI generated pictures? I think we'll probably get to that in the third hour. Yeah, AI art in the art category. Yeah, we'll get to that later. Yeah, we'll get to that for those who aren't already aware. But yeah, we were saying that if the left, if liberals want to find a quote-unquote left Joe Rogan, And let's be honest, he wouldn't be a left Joe Rogan. He'd be a liberal Joe Rogan. There is a difference, believe it or not. Yes, if only talented artists used this platform. God, if only. If only this website wasn't full of amazing talent, well skilled in the arena of creating art and also creating food. If only that were somehow possible. Gosh, if only. If only there were an entire, if only there was an entire food and drink category. If only there was an entire art category. If only there was an entire beauty and body art category full of people who did that shit. I don't know. Maybe those people are on Kick or something. I don't know. Sarcasm. Anyway, as we surmise, Joe Rogan is not so much a unique individual in that he was a person who started out doing things normies adjacent to the manosphere and people in the manosphere liked. He was on Fear Factor and he did an awful lot of UFC stuff. That made him a natural fixture in many young to middle-aged men's lives. Now, and then he, started gravitating towards the libertarian and conservative takes and putting them into his podcast and things of that nature. Now, were you to want to find a liberal equivalent of him, you couldn't start with an existing podcaster. It wouldn't work. You would have to find someone who is already ingratiated by the people you're trying to get your shitty message out to. Because that's the other thing, too. I've said it before, and I will repeat it until I'm blue in the face, which will be difficult because I'm wearing a full face of foundation. So if I'm blue in the face, something's gone really wrong here. If the Democrats had a message worth getting out, you wouldn't have to pay people to do it. They would just get the message out. But anyway, you would have to find someone normies already like. It's like, not just normies, but those people. The people who listen to a Joe Rogan, who own a Traeger grill, who have 5 Masioka hats, who own a 2008 Dodge Cummins. You know what? It's not enough to just say that, but let me see here. Yeah, this is the people Democrats are trying to get to here.
No one cares about your Cummins, bro.
Hang on. We're getting to it. He'll get to it here. But these are the people. This is the group. This is the audience. They have to find someone who can be approached. Who can approach them.
This is not a call.
OG Torque champions, the biggest, gruntiest, winningest, navy blue collarist, bigger, best truck. It's a big Boeing 77777 dildo. Shot in Panavision, made possible by Dawn dish detergent. Cummins, the official truck of idling for 30 minutes, regardless of the weather. Cummins, for the man whose favorite videos are girls shooting guns. Oh yeah, Cummins, brought to you by Facebook videos from the driver's seat, featuring these sunglasses. The video title is saying stuff, I'm telling you the real truth. Dodge Cummins, the official truck of married incels.
There's a whole video there, but you get the idea. So, you would have to find someone who could hold court with them. And it's not just someone who can hold court with them, someone who is already holding court with them. It's the only way it would work. They would have to already be capable of holding a tune with that guy. This note is actually identical to one from Resident Evil 2, so I'm going to skip it. Like I said, this is a casual playthrough. Listen, for the last month and a half, I've been playing Lifeline and Seaman. I am entitled to play a game that I could just play with my brain shut off. Literally, I was playing this time last goddamn week.
Can I help you?
Is that it?
All hail Sega. There. Where's my 50 bucks?
That seems as good a sign-off as any. I don't think it's gonna get any better than that. Perfect. Cut, wrap, print. Yeah, so I'm entitled to this. I deserve this! Let's go back to the front of the RPD and pick up all that weed I missed. You know, we gotta take it to the evidence locker. Yeah, let's go with that. Yeah, the evidence locker. So yeah, good luck finding that person, I guess. Good luck finding someone who can carry those conversations, who is already ingratiated to those people, and then trying to... That's the other thing that's throwing me. It's like, if you created someone who appealed to that demographic and all of the related ones, the MMA fans, the incels, and so on and so forth, here's the other half of the equation. Suppose you actually find that person who is... I don't know. I have no idea who that person could possibly be, but suppose you actually find them. What would you even tell them to say? Like, this stupid problem, which has no solution, is a twofold problem. One, how do you even find this person? Two, what would you even have them say? What would you have them say? Because that's the problem. Is you can't have them say, actually, we should create low-income housing. We should start having serious conversations about universal basic income. We should have Medicare for all. We should have free universal health care. Because Democrats be like, whoa, let's not go too nuts here. It's like, what would you even have this person say? Yes, people can have nice things, but we must means test them. Like what would you even get them to say? Yeah, yeah, exactly. Poverty, real fucking problem. Is this something the Democrats care about writ large? No. Because that's the thing. If they wanted someone who could occupy this space and hold court. And again, I'm not saying he's a perfect guy. He certainly has his flaws. The obvious answer is Hassan Piker. It's the obvious answer. And that they're not immediately going with that tells you everything you need to know. Because he's the obvious answer. He's the closest to being, I mean, he's one of the largest left-wing broadcasters who's like not on a traditional news network. And one could argue he's bigger than them. And if he's not their immediate first choice because, you know, he would say things that are more left than them, then that just gives the whole game away. Which again jumps into, if you find this person, what the hell would you even have them say? I shouldn't even be saying them. It's gonna be a him. In this case, it would be a him. Yeah, Democrats and Republicans, literally the same. One just presents as more hardcore than the other. Exactly. I know a lot of people don't like hearing this sometimes, but it comes to a lot of matters. Republicans and Democrats, the two sides of the same fucking coin. You know, a lot of people will be like, yeah, but they differentiate in these couple little things. Yeah, but let me tell you right now, if you're in Flint, Michigan, it doesn't fucking matter who the hell's elected. You're still fucked. If you're in Palestine right now, it doesn't matter which party got elected. You're still fucked. If you're someone in Michigan who Bill Clinton told, maybe Israel's really poggers and y'all should shut the fuck up. Apparently it doesn't matter who the hell got elected. You know? So So you're looking for someone to do what, basically? And again, Hassan has stated this, and I agree, but not because he said it. You're not podcasting your way out of this. You're not podcasting your way out of this. You'll do it? Okay, fine. Zach can do it. Alright, Zach can do it. But, you'll have to have me on the show, you know, because I have to be the occasional guest star who's an absolute loony. But yeah, it's like, well, the problem is, like, I could say, for instance, how you're gonna fix this, but the problem is the way you're gonna fix this isn't gonna be an answer that Democrats like. Because, like, what are two things that the manosphere is severely lacking in? And by the manosphere, I mean, like, any number of chuds, which also include Joe Rogan, who are telling men that basically that they're woefully inferior, and that the solution is everything that's gay and woke needs to be destroyed, or whatever the fuck. But you fix that by giving men confidence and by teaching them empathy, which should have been things their parents instilled upon them, but here we are. But the problem is, if you instill confidence and empathy in these people, if you somehow actually pulled that off, if you got them to care about their fellow human beings, if you got them to understand that there is no war but class war, that no one is free until everyone is free, they're not going to stop at democratic principles. They'll keep moving further to the left. So again, I will repeat the hypothetical question: what are they even looking for here? Because the answer's staring them right in the face and they don't want it. All right. How many of you want to be betting degenerates right now? How many of you want to wager on what is basically a 50-50 coin flip? Should be most of you. All right. Time for a channel points bet. Give me just a moment here. Within this cabinet, there is either a Magnum revolver or a grenade launcher. It's a 50-50 chance. If you want to do a channel points wager on that, knock yourself out. You got 1 minute. This segment is not brought to you by Crunchyroll. It's brought to you, in fact, by BetPib, the premier gaming establishment for wagering your channel points. That's right, it's the gambling show now, baby. I swear to God, this is the dumbest show on Twitch. Now, for me, personally, playing with infinite ammo, I want the Magnum. I also know every speedrunner who plays this game, if they get the Magnum, they immediately rage quit the whole game. All right. Is it Magnum or grenade launcher? Come on, Magnum. Come on, Magnum. Come on, Magnum! Yes!
I'm Luigi, #1.
Yay! All in on nade launcher? Fuck. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, the Barry Burton special just dropped. All right. If you wagered on Magnum revolver, you're walking away apparently with Dr. Pepper's entire purse. Yes, give me the old head popper, baby. I will gladly accept it. Once again, this has been a presentation of BetPib, your premier gaming establishment for wagering your channel points. for a free 100 Queen Pib chippies. Just hit the follow button. Like, that's the actual thing. Like, I could run like an actual fake sports betting ad and then just say, it's brought to you by BetPip. A special introductory offer. You want 100 chippies? Just hit the follow button for 100 pretend ones. I think that's how much you get when you actually follow someone, I think. Something like that. So the only reason we came up here at all is to find her lockpick. And I suppose also a Magnum and a free first aid spray. For ordering 6K, go to Mixed Tech and a cup of others. My goodness. So yeah, we also need, literally we came in here to get a bent safety pin and a paper clip. Which apparently are things that Jill could not have simply scrounged up anywhere else in town. Yes, the master of unlocking is so back. Is the desk of Chris a STARS team member? I don't let him fuck me. Its disorganization probably reflects the owner's personality. Oh my god, he was literally slewn. If Dems played these games, yeah. You actually learned that the tool is a real, albeit homemade lockpicking tool. It's a snap gun. Yeah. There's an actual lockpicking gun and shit like that. It was in Pope Corky the Ninth's favorite game, the X-Files game. Yeah, damn, Chris, you live like this? There's various trophies. One of them reads Marksman Contest winner, Chris Redfield. Damn, that guy can't hit the broadside of a barn. Anyway.
No. Come anyone. Our platoon is cut off. No survivors found. This is Carlos. Send in support immediately.
The Democrats like, there's our podcaster! What, that one guy randomly asking for help on the radio? Yeah, give that guy a podcast. It's not gonna work. It's not working. But yeah, I love that, like, I think you have to specifically pick up the, I think that's the flag that not only sets about that conversation, the thing that happens downstairs, but the entire transition from daytime into nighttime. I think. So yeah, I'm not gonna bang on about it all night, but like I said, it's gonna be the world's stupidest endeavor. And like I said, if you wanted to see an example of it in pop culture, again, all you need to do is just watch Wayne's World. Because the entire setup of that movie was the arcade owner looking for something that kids like, and then, you know, being so stodgy and uptight that Wayne had to riff off the guy, embarrass him, and apparently lose the entire fucking bit. It's like, you're too extreme, you're too hardcore, you're fired. Like, it's literally just fucking Wayne's World. Anyway, I feel like I need this rocket launcher for no reason in particular. What's the Stone Cold Steve Austin theme going on downstairs? Here's what's absolutely gonna throw you, right? We just heard glass smashing, right? But this window's fine. In fact, I can see right out the window. Well. Oh my god, he's got a rocket launcher, bye! You can't do anything with this. Oh crap, there's still zombie dogs in here. It's like, how far do I go before he opens up the door? I wonder if it's possible to get the poochies to come over here. Oh, there they are. It's like, oh, they're right in front of me. Here, Poochie! Here, Poochie! Wait a minute, we have a rocket launcher? Yeah, but I want to be ooh, don't chase me. Ooh woo, don't chase me. Ooh woo. I'm gonna go hide in here. Surely he won't come in here, right? 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 Ooh. Hey, my wallet's in here. Nah, I don't need it that bad, though. I'm good. I love the upside down flag. We must pay reverence. We cannot go any further without paying reverence to the regular coffee machine. You regular coffee machine, we salute you. You magnificent bastard, you. Yes, regular coffee reviews. Does infinite ammo cover the enhanced ammo? Yes, it does. As long as you load it into the weapon, yes, the enhanced ammo for the shotgun and the pistol can also count as infinite. So yeah, you would have had to come down here if you didn't fight Nemesis. Or rather, if you didn't collect Brad's wallet. The problem is I think you only get one shot at collecting Brad's wallet. So you would have had to come down here. If you did not do that. As opposed to the regular coffee machine, the Keurig. Howdy! Oh yeah? I'm gonna go this way. Oh no. Not gonna lie, I was really hoping she'd eat a rocket before it transitioned into the credits proper. You missed your cue, Nemesis! I'm working with fucking amateurs over here! I'm working with goddamn amateurs over here. All right, well, I'll take the complimentary purse, thank you. There, so we get the STI Eagle. Wait, that is what it's called, right? The STI Eagle. STI Eagle. Yay, the sexually transmitted infection eagle. Which a custom-made gun for competitions. It uses 9mm parabellum. Why the fuck would a Colt 45 use 9mm? Pib, because it's a video game. You're not supposed to fucking think on it that hard. I know, but whatever. Yay, the chlamydia gun! So yeah, were you to attempt to flee from Nemesis, obviously you would reach this sturdily barricaded door, at which point your hair just wouldn't look right once he catches up to you. Would look a little ever so slightly off kilter. I like this gun. It sounds cool, it shoots fast, and every once in a while you get a headshot out of it. I only use it for like a little bit at the start, and then it's like, gotta be Magnum time. Gotta be Magnum time. Yeah, it's a good thing that Nemesis guy is dead for good and is never ever gonna come back ever. Also, why'd they name this game after a guy who falls down and never gets back up? Why'd they do that? More to the point, I feel like that's why the Resident Evil 3 remake drops the Nemesis subtitle, because like, there's large portions of the game where like, he's a non-factor. But that's a whole separate discussion. Alright, perhaps we should make some super weed, wee. Yes, we will make the super weed, wee. And we will say wee all of the way home. Maybe he can be the podcaster? Yeah. I mean, You basically have to have someone of his stature. Is that so, Drip Nibbly? I could go for one of those. What's a parabellum? I think it's like antebellum, but it's a paraplegic. I don't know. Something like that. I got fucking no fucking clue. I'm gonna drop the rocket launcher for now, but I know I'm gonna be picking it back up in 5 minutes anyway. Let's move the weed down here. More weeds down there, wee. You should be organizing all of this weed, wee. So put the weed, wee down there. And then take all of the gunpowder and move it up there, wee. Yeah, do that. It's from a Latin saying, oh. Is that so? Probably correct. I don't think there's anything else we need here. We got the blue gem, which we were going to need. We got the lockpick, which we're going to need relatively shortly here. And yeah, I think that'll do it. We'll roll with that strike package, and let's do a quick save of the game just to say that we did. I forgot to point this out. I don't know if anyone figured it out or not. I altered the Pim gun emote. It looks a little different. It's a little more on brand. I can't remember if I even told anyone about that one or not. 'Cause, you know, sometimes you just gotta have a gun, I guess. Alright, let's throw down save number 224 here. Yeah, something about that emote just gets a little bit closer to the core, don't you think? Alright. Now then, we're gonna leave. And remember, it was broad daylight when we left, right? So it's still gonna be broad daylight when we leave this place, right? Right? Doing a fucking Star Wars Episode 2 meme over here, right? In any event. So, yeah, I'll talk about this more in the next hour, but you know me, every once in a while I gotta shoot off at the mouth about dumb things Twitch does. And, you know, I'm the sort of person, cards on the table, you know, I do this for fun as an enthusiast. I'm from the old school, right? I'm from an era on YouTube where you couldn't even make money. Where you just did stupid things because you wanted to do them, because they were fun and silly and stupid. And that's what the show is. Just a fun, silly, stupid thing that I work on. It's not required to pay the bills, keep the lights on. It's just a dumb, stupid thing I do. I am basically the gay mafia's lost-leading propaganda channel. My job is literally to spread basically gay and trans communism. More often than not. I am out here basically to spread radical titties everywhere, or whatever the hell. Oh my god, it's no longer daytime. What the fuck? Hey, where's Brad's body? Who stole Brad's body? Who's running around with OG Brad Vickers' body? Give it back! I wanted to stuff him and put him over the mantelpiece and show people what a real man looks like. Pib, are you talking about Brad Vickers, the guy who played Brad Vickers? Every day, shut the fuck up Friday. On the advice of my lawyer, I'm pleading the fifth as my answer may be used to incriminate me. Yes, I'm from a YouTube era long ago. So I can literally afford to do things that other people can't, like. And I'm mentioning this as a lead into what we'll be discussing in the third hour, because there was a Twitch article that came out. It was I want to say it was Monday. Yeah, I think it was Monday. Because yeah, Zach, who he might be in here, but you know he doesn't have to doesn't have to say anything. Because I remember he put out that video about it. So yeah, that was Monday. I'm just trying to remember what day it is. Yesterday, I thought it was Wednesday. But anyway, where yeah, Latin American streamers got a little bit of a leg up. Where, and we'll talk about this more in the next hour, that they, when you're a Twitch partner, and now I guess when you're an affiliate, if you have so many self-paying subs, you can get a better sub split. You can get the 60-40, which I'm on until November when it runs out. Or the heavily... Actually, hang on here. Wait a minute. I don't know. Let me tell you. The idea of me ever getting a 70-30 sub split... I'll believe that when giant bugs come out of windows. Maybe that was a giant lizard? Maybe that's what it was. Also, let's check out this guy's dick. Oh my god, he had bullets in his dick. Ew. Wait, do I have to grab the bullets in order to grab the note? God damn it. Arthak will come on in. He's holding something. Yeah, he's holding this mercenary's dairy. And I'll read this one. Fuck it.
September 1st. Following 6 months of intensive training, my body's edge had returned. I was a good soldier, but they ordered my execution with no reason given. I was tortured and forced to give a false confession.
What, the Marine Corps didn't immediately second you to a PMC or something? I think somebody's making something up here.
It's not my fault, military sergeant guy. The knife just slipped 67 times. But on the morning of my execution, a miracle happened. The company had helped me out, giving me a second lease on life. Yeah, I only did some of the war crimes. September 15th. I ended my vacation short and returned to the HQ office. It looks like my UBCS unit's been called into action. Umbrella maintains its own paramilitary unit to counter corporate terrorism and VIP abduction. It's a little weird that I felt compelled to write this in my own diary, since you'd think I would already know that. Why would I have to write this as though somewhere else were reading it? But again, that's a storytelling thing. They do that in Star Trek. Everyone on the bridge knows what the Hungarian prolapsed anus subspace anomaly is, but the audience doesn't know what it is. So that means that Data's gonna have to stand over and explain what the Hungarian prolapsed anus subspace anomaly is, obviously. It's a storytelling technique, you see. They have nightmen who specialize in handling problems caused by illegal products, which is definitely not most of what my company does. I'm currently a member of the latter, the one who deals with the illegal stuff. September 28th. Dawn's here, but we're still slogging through this nightmare. Dawn's pretty. There are no provisions of any kind here. The undead walk the streets feeding upon the flesh of the living. Where's my fucking quiche? I want my Mai Tai. Given the choice again, I would rather have been executed. Death Row was a heavenly asylum compared to this place. I've chosen to pull the trigger myself, in the hope that my dead body won't come back to life. I also sat here and wrote all this because that's just the kind of guy I am.
Yes, not the Amazon employee diary. Not that. I'm going to equip the Magnum right now for no reason in particular. And yeah, I'll continue the tangent I was on when we get back from the BRB and all the stuff that entails. But first, isn't it amazing? Oh, I'm getting ahead of myself. I thought I thought we were coming upon this game's version of the giant bug dick sucking incident, but it turns out that's not till way later, actually. Not till way later. But it seems that before we do that, Maxwell Damage wants a little flappy here. Suppose we can do a little damage here. It's about to become loud, folks. Let's hit it. 1, 2, 3. Ooh, not a premature flappulation. Gosh, nickel for every time I've had that problem. Let me try that one again. 1, 2, 3. No, you're not doing it right. Come on, I swear I never had this problem. 1, 2, 3. Oh, that's much better. That's much better. Gotta fix the star that's missing up there, but other than that, yeah. Very nice. Especially once it fucking becomes summer again in this fucking country. Yeah, we had like, this whole country was like, we're gonna have 5 minutes of spring, then it's gonna be summer, now it's gonna be spring again, but you won't want it to be spring anymore. At that point, you'll be like, can it just be summer now? I don't remember. How many of those are... I should... pick it up later. Giant big bug dick sucking incident. Do you feel like Umbrella's got a file for that? Yeah, Umbrella does have a 4K upscaled version of the Jill thing from the Resident Evil 3 remake. For research purposes. Also, some poor Umbrella UBCS guy just died. Bad doggy. Bad doggy, no biscuit. Bad doggy. Bad doggy. Bad doggy. You're supposed to let me do my shoot dodge. I love that it's impossible to save the guy. Like, you heard some gunfire that wasn't mine when we got in here, and then you hear, oh no, and then he gets eaten by dog. There's literally no way to save him. It can't be done. Also, one thing, I'll point it out later. Anyway, he's dead, and I want his gunpowder. Yes. So I can make the... He was apparently bitten in the neck until he died, as opposed to being bitten in the neck until he lived. What would you do if they, Griff, how does that one go? What would you do if they shot me in the leg? Rub my neck with aloe vera? Whole bunch of millennials just perked up and went, what? Alright, tell you what. We have been live for 2 hours. We're going to take a little BRB from that shelter, get up and stretch, use the rest facilities, grab a sody pap, whatever it is you got. We come back, we'll make sure that your immersion is secure, and I'll shoot off at the mouth about more dumb Twitch things. We'll be right back.
I read about what you did on Torfin. I'm not afraid to do whatever it takes to get the job done.
That's a load of crap.
Conrad, you have no idea what it takes to get the job done.
What? No, please don't hurt me. Why are you doing this?
You're pathetic.
This is how a gun in your face feels. It happens to me every day. You can't handle this.
I thought you were a hero. Heroes don't do things like this. I wish I'd never met you.
It's for the best. He needed to hear that. Right, so... oh my god. I'm just watching his face.
Why is everyone looking at me like that? Did I say something stupid? I mean, all I said was don't associate with serial murderers. But I suppose there's a couple ramifications that'd make that difficult. For instance, you'd have to know that somebody's a serial killer. That's the only way you can know that you're not supposed to associate with a serial killer. And serial killers are very sneaky people. They don't exactly tell everyone that they're serial killers. You don't exactly walk up to the guy at the restaurant and say, hi, how you doing? What do you do for a living? He says, oh, I'm a serial killer. That's what I do. Here's my business card. Mr. Serial Killer, you can see it's written right there. Do people think I just gone stupid all of a sudden? Why is everyone still staring at me? It's been like 2 minutes and nobody said a damn thing.
I swear to God if this thing starts talking. I am not in the mood for this thing to start talking. What the
Rachel! I've missed you so. You appear to be okay. Oh, that's a relief. At last, we can be together forever. Let's go back to hell. Hey, you, young one. Thank you. I'll never forget your kindness.
For a second.
Online retail unreliable? Did the clothes you ordered not fit? Was the Fire TV remote not compatible with your Fire TV stick? Was that PS5 really just an air fryer in a white box? Are you 65 years of age or older and have no idea what the last two sentences were even talking about? Well, stop living in the future and come visit your local department store. With new locations in Pennsylvania, shopping has never been more retro. Touch things, try them on, break things by accident, and then run out of the store like an affair partner when the husband's F-250 pulls into the driveway. You'd hide under the bed, but it's just a mattress on the floor, so out the window it is. Infidelity brand Murphy beds, just $2274.50. Warble Vision flat screen TV, only $694.27. 46 dry ounces of Pauper's Roast Premium Substandard Coffee, just $22.67. Xbox 360, $64. Nintendo 64, $360. Condoms by Virgin Cola. Cola by Come and Go Gas. Remember this carpet pattern? Guys, it's back! And it smells like popcorn, Marlboros, and recirculated air. It's just like waiting for a ride from a parent who forgot about you. I'm sorry, honey, but it's beer o'clock and Daddy is punching his time card. We've got custom refrigerator name magnets with all the hottest names in Pennsylvania. Ashley, Braxton, Huxton, Brinley, Kinsley Joe, Braden, Lily Faye, Riley, Aiden, Kaylee, Megan, Brayley, Bradley, Braden Tyler, Morgan, and Diplo. Come down to your local department store with additional locations opening in California. Is it smart to open up a new brick and mortar location in this economic climate? Probably not, but fuck them! We're bankrolled by a venture capitalist who's desperate to recapture the maximalist minimalism of the late 80s and the early 90s. I told him, I said, Braxton, you don't have to do this. Bezos has pockets deeper than the contempt of your fellow man. You can't compete with online retail, so why the f are you trying? And he tells me, he comes to me, he says, if you ever raise your voice to me again, it's back to your one-bedroom shack in northern Ohio. You floor-licking, lemon-scented sack of shit. I'm your boss. If I ever stood on my wallet and fell off, I would f***ing die. You don't talk to me that way. Keep brick and mortar retail alive! Come on down to your local department store!
I can't lie, that slice of Boone Marino's pizza looked really good. I could definitely pack that into me. For anyone who might be new here, I am Queen Pib, Patricia Inga Bogart. You may also call me Trish. Queen of the retro, queen of the ways of the old, and your time on this channel. This fat-lipped, fat-hipped, fat-boobied, and fat-bootied channel is, of course, and is always well-wasted. Welcome on in. I put the broad in broadcast to the whole and wholesome H-word for my own hubris until these breasticles, these massive heaving breasticles may be fake. The retro is real. That's the real PlayStation 1. And it's hooked up in the real dumbest manner to make it look and sound as bad as it used to. And of course, we've been using it to play Resident Evil 3, which is my equivalent of like a detox. Or an enema, or whatever the hell you want to call it. Now, this is the part of the show where we strive to ensure that your immersion is maintained. As you can see, we have this very, very fancy pants retro wave setup over here. You got the TV with the curved edges and the little aperture filter on it and the fuzzies and the low quality and the stuff. But in order to maintain your immersion, I gotta make sure you can't see anything you're not supposed to see. Because like I'm sitting down, right? I'm not sitting on nothing over here. It's a chair. It's a chair that's firmly planted to the ground. But the problem is you got this big voluptuous dumpy that you can see here. And sometimes it moves around. Sometimes it disturbs the green screen blanket that I'm sitting on. If it moves too much in one goddamn direction or the other, you'll be able to see the chair. It'll ruin your immersion. It happens every fucking day to people on Twitch. It'd be a catastrophe. So what we are gonna do is we're gonna take a moment to make sure that everything is fully covered. So you're gonna have to give me a moment to make sure everything's good to go. So let me see here. I gotta make sure that everything is right where it should be. That should all be down there too. And what's going on down there? Why don't you get up there? Am I gonna have to get up? May have to. Let's see. Yeah. I gotta mess with this stuff going on back here. That's good. That's good. Is everything set down there? Everything down there. Is it? I'm not 100% sure about that. I think... Yeah, I think you got it. I think. Pretty sure. Yeah, I think we got it. Yeah. We definitely got it. Glad the chair is okay. Yeah, me too. I was getting worried there for a second. I was getting worried. All right. So in order to continue on one of the next trajectories, I was going to talk about the Latin American thing, but since we got to stop in the action, I'm going to change topics here. I'm going to get you riled up. Do you want to be riled up? Good. I'm going to get you all riled up. I'm going to get you all pissed off. So, let's see here. So, on Twitch, there are certain sort of generic catch-all categories, especially for things that don't inherently revolve around gaming, like the just chatting category, art, people who are cooking and making drinks and shit like that. You know, the stuff I don't normally do, but puts out some of the really most interesting stuff out there because, you know, it's not just inherently gaming. A lot of those things got updates here in terms of visual design. These screenshots are courtesy of some guy named Zach Bussey. Don't know if you guys ever heard of that guy or not. Seems to be a pretty important guy. He puts out things that I think people should hear about. So, some of these categories got new artworks. Yeah, bro's name is Bussey. So, on the bottom row is what the categories used to look like. You have this art thing that looked like art, this talk shows and podcasting that looked like that, beauty and body art that was pretty ubiquitous, and food and drink, which had the seems good guy or whatever that emote was on it. It looked pretty cool. And now they've all been replaced with these ones up on the top side here. And, some of them do not immediately pass the visual smell test. So, there's two we're going to single out for looking at here. We have the art one. Now. Yes, full-size images, we're already there. Now, for what it's worth, this thing in the background, that is an authentic Bob Ross painting. That is an actual Bob Ross painting. That is actual art. This frame, however, it doesn't look consistent to me. Parts of it just don't seem fully equalized, you know what I mean? Pib, are you suggesting that for the framing picture of the art category, Twitch may have gone with AI-generated slop? You're not sure what was wrong with the old ones? I don't know either, Sammy. Are we AIing frames around real art? Well, best case scenario, they've licensed something from Adobe, which, let me tell you, it's incredibly difficult to find stock art that isn't AI these days. Best case scenario, they licensed someone's AI slop. Worst case scenario, they made it themselves. Which... obviously, this is tasteless. I like how it's just art, period. Like it's fucking Sam Trotman from First Blood. Art, period. It's like, it's art. Is it? Is it? Is it really? Is it really art? The thing in the center is art. I don't know if the thing around it is art. But that's okay. This next one is a work of art. But not for the reasons it thinks. So this is the new one for the food and drink category. And, where do you even start with this? Do we start with the fact that the celery is sort of transparency? Either the text has been transparently laid on top of the celery. In fact, I think that's exactly what happened, because if you notice, you can see, like, if it was just, if the food was in front of the text, you wouldn't be able to see this outline of the N. Which makes me think they just took the text and layered it on top and then just sort of put an opacity filter on it, maybe? Yes, that's an Everyone's So Creative dish. Yeah, it's, yeah, ruining perfectly good veggies with... that could be gelatin. It could also just be... I don't even know what to call it other than that. Jacques, by the way, welcome on. And, so yes, who amongst us hasn't had a massive inclination to take giant stems of celery and just thrill stab a giant jello with it? And also serve it with freakishly large half-eaten celery, as well as some of the most unfortunate looking wieners, sausages, bratwurst, whatever you want to call it, I've ever seen in my fucking life. Like, this is AI as fuck. And, like, even if they're going for, like, horrible, old-timey, classic, cookbook shit, you could have gotten an actual picture. Oh, by the way, this fork, okay, hang on here. Let's keep going here. I wonder if I can move this thing over here. This fork, as you can see, is fucked up. This plate is uneven. As you can see, it wraps up completely on this end here, but over on this end here, it just stops. So the plate's also fucked up. The food is horrendous. There's no drink in this food and drink, and also it's fucking horrendous. Look, I've told you over and over again that Twitch is a fucking joke. Let this just stand as a continuing affirmation of that position. Like, you know, if you follow me on Blue Sky, if you follow me on Instagram, I usually post like 2 or 3 pinup type arts a week. You know, things that like full body, remind everyone else that I'm slamming from top of the head to the bottom of the heel. And sometimes I have my own backdrops that I can use, and sometimes I have to go out into the wild blue yonder and find one. And let me tell you, Google image search is very difficult to find backdrops that are clearly not AI generated. To this day, I believe I have not used anything that's AI generated. But fuck me do they make it difficult to find the ones that aren't? They are really some tasteless motherfuckers. And again, I don't understand why this needed to be updated. I don't. The old ones looked fine. There's nothing wrong with them. I mean, if it's like anything else, I'm gonna assume someone got paid. Like, I don't know. Maybe Dan Clancy knew a guy who needed some money. And are you alleging a kickback? Well, I can't explain why else you would fucking bother changing these things and replacing them with shit. Someone got a payday over this. And I'm just stuck on why that even needed to happen. So, yeah. Tell you what I am going to do, though. If you do want to reference that for your own stuff, I do have a Blue Sky post from someone who has those pictures as well as some higher quality ones, so you could look at them and go, Twitch, what the actual flying fuck is wrong with you? Hey, I don't know who that guy is. Definitely not someone who watches the show. Definitely not. Definitely not putting someone on the spot here. Absolutely not. Like, that would be rude. That would be rude. I'll just let those wonderful, wonderful statements speak for themselves. So yeah, there's Twitch, baby. And like, apparently there's like a user voice put out. And I think it was over like 4,000 upvotes when I looked at it last. But like, Twitch doesn't give a fuck. They don't give a fuck. They're gonna leave the damn things up. Like, again, this is why I love playing Resident Evil 3, because I can shoot off at the mouth, and the gameplay is just going on. Like, again, games like this are the closest we will ever get to actually being in the just chatting category. I could put us in the just chatting category right now. I could. Like, this is one game where I can legitimately carry a conversation the entire time. And my brain, the lower parts of my brain, just, yeah, shoot those dogs, pick up that cable, go to the next room, stick it in the item box, maybe pick the rocket launcher back up because you'll be dealing with Nemesis or the big stupid drain sucky guys later, that sort of thing. And yeah, like I said, Twitch is a company that doesn't care. Twitch is a company that hasn't cared for a long time. The thing is, a lot more people are warming up to my to my reading of the situation, which is like, I'm not gonna be like, where were you when I didn't you? Just, it's more like, you know what, I'm just happy here. I'm just happy people are, realizing that Dan Clancy has been slowly stripping Twitch for parts to try and see how much longer he can keep this stupid thing going before, I don't know, the whole website collapses or it gets sold to the Saudis or something. I don't fucking know. I'm just happy more people are picking up on that. And you might go, well, hang on, wait a minute. Isn't it like TwitchCon in like Rotterdam and then the one in San Diego? Couldn't people go to those things and then, I don't know, protest and say in person how much they hate these things? Yeah, they could, but none of those people are gonna do that though. And even if they did, Twitch wouldn't care. Be like, what do you mean? Of course they would care if people made those positions known in public. Would they? Would they really care? I want to remind you of an episode of The Simpsons. It's like, hopefully don't get munched on here. Oh my god, that was flawless. All 3 dogs, no bites. I'm going back and I'm saving the game. Because we are never going to be able to repeat that. They already got your money there if you're there too. Yeah, that's basically the spoiler alert. But, recall, if you will, the episode of The Simpsons where Lisa is trying to get first chair saxophone in the school band. And she has to compete with some one-off character, Allison, what's her name? She's even smarter, and they do the fucking stupid word game at her dad's house or some shit like that. And she fails to secure first chair saxophone, so presumably she will be playing second chair saxophone. And she has a nightmare while she's contemplating this reality, where I wonder, this has to be on YouTube. Yeah, this bit. Yeah, this bit right here.
There's no shame in being second.
And now, Avis Rent-A-Car is proud to present the second best band in America. Will you welcome Garfunkel, Messina, Oates, and Lisa singing their #2 hit, Born to Runner Up.
Why would they come to our concert just to boo us? There's no shame in...
Yeah, that's exactly it. A horrifying thing happens, and then she goes, wait a minute, this makes no logical sense. If they didn't like us, they just wouldn't show up. Like, truth be told, like TwitchCon might be something where, like, many people have argued that the true value of TwitchCon isn't the convention itself, but the massive concentration of Twitch people in one spot. And that arguably, it's not so much the convention as it is the community, which also means that you could have all these people in one spot and not even do the thing at the convention center. You could do it in other places. But anyway, if for a moment you pretended that wasn't an important factor for you, what would be the better protest? Showing up, paying Twitch money, and paying anywhere from hundreds to thousands of dollars for airfare and accommodations, depending on how far you had to travel. And I mean, I'm here in Jersey, so that's... If I go to TwitchCon, that's 4 figures right there. You know, Pib, you don't have to travel first class and stay in a nice hotel. Excuse me, I have a standard of living I'm accustomed to, goddammit. It costs thousands of dollars or I don't go. But anyway. You get the idea. What would be more impactful if you were pissed off at Twitch? Attending and bracing a stink, or just not going at all? And I would argue the better protest would just be you don't go. Also, I pull out my Magnum for no reason in particular. Because the big black bug who bites the big blue bug, and the big blue bug bled black blood thing. So if this is the Resident Evil 3 remake, this would be the point where she'd be doing interspecies porn right now. But since this is Resident Evil 3 regular, that's not going to be the case. Oh, no, you don't! Oh, no, you don't! No face fucking on the Queen Pip show! Not until after 10 o'clock, anyway. Then we can have that discussion. Look, I got standards, okay? I don't broadcast any of that until after 10 o'clock. I have standards, goddammit! But it would be the better protest if you were truly incensed with Twitch to not bother going. And as it happens, here's the thing! Like, especially when it comes to TwitchCon San Diego. I mean, international people aren't gonna want to fucking travel. Who wants to budget dealing up to 3 days with the border Gestapo? And then, I don't know about you, but do you trust air travel in the United States right now? 'Cause I don't. I don't fucking trust it one bit. Any place I think I visit this summer, I'm gonna be driving. Which means I'm either going to Pennsylvania or I'm taking one long road trip to Wisconsin. But anyway. So naturally, TwitchCon's probably already going to see some diminished attendance based off those 2 figures. Now put into the mix, you know, people are like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Why are you unironically using AI art? Hi, Carlos, how you doing? I'll hang out with him in a minute. I like how we just did the equivalent of the bit in The Simpsons where like step, 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 door slam, step, 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 car turns over. That's what Carlos just did there, basically. Yeah, it's bad enough being trans on surf and turf island. Don't gotta travel 3,000 miles for more of that? Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, watch out for those Pennsylvania drivers. Oh, I will. I will. Isn't real? Yeah, we try to visit her family once a year. We might be doing that this summer. Cannot confirm. But ordinarily we would fly, but if that happens, we'll see. Because look, I got away with... Look, I've already gotten away with 4 flights this year, okay? I think I'm already... I feel like my luck would run out. As it said in the intro, and to all of my haters, I'm sorry those airplanes couldn't kill me. Because, yeah, it's not just Newark, but, like, Denver's having problems, and it's like... That's the really adorable thing, right? Like, the guy that Trump put in charge as the Secretary of Transportation, Sean Duffy? I keep wanting to call him, like, Shooter or Scooter, or, like, some drunk fucking idiot from... Or what? No, he was a drunk fucking idiot from some reality TV show. But I just don't want to call him his actual name. I just feel like we should call him like Scooter from Detroit or some bullshit like that. But anyway, apparently he's like, yeah, we've got this massively outdated infrastructure. I need money to fix it. And it's like, why do you think Trump nominated you to be Secretary of Transportation? You think he wants to give you money to fix any of this shit? What government do you think you just got confirmed to be the Secretary of Transportation for? I mean, don't get me wrong, it's the Republican government, so it's gonna crank the deficit up even further. It's just gonna act like it's not gonna do it, and then just give all the money to Pentagon or something. You know, that sort of thing. Yeah, it needs that $1 trillion tax cut for his buddies to continue, or whatever the hell's going on. Isn't there a budget deal? Yeah, I don't fucking know where that's at right now. Apparently a bunch of GOP hardliners might be torpedoing his budget because it doesn't go far enough, and I'm like, let them fight. Fine, fuck it, fight. See what the hell I care. Gonna need the rocket launcher right about now here. And one more courtesy save here, because shit's about to pop off here ever so slightly. So yeah, like, it has been the position of the Queen Pip show, and again, this whole AI art fiasco continues to make that point abundantly clear that I don't give a fuck about the site. The site is a thing I use. Sometimes I use it to watch other people, and more often than not, I use it to do whatever the hell this thing is. And beyond that, I could see the problem is there was like this span of time. I think it was like somewhere between Emmett Shear and Dan Clancy. There was overlap between the two. I can't remember when it changed from one to the other. But like there was a time where Twitch was angling to be a platform. Like a one-stop shop for all kinds of things, like community and stuff, and then at some point, the temperature in the room changed, and Twitch went, you know what? We're going to be a service. We're a service now. We're a single-purpose tool that you use, and that's all you use this for. We're a rental car. We're not a rental property. We're just a rental car. And that's where they kind of went towards just going all in on running ads, a couple other things that kind of downplayed Twitch's community features and simply augmented or made changes to the streaming experience. And at some point after Dan Clancy takes over, he goes, oh, that's unsustainable. Fuck. We gotta go back. We have to go back. So, you know, the clips feed comes in. You get the stories feed. Basically, you get every feature that's been begged, borrowed, cheated, and stolen from Instagram. Instagram and TikTok. So Twitch is rapidly, apparently, trying to turn itself back into a platform. The problem is my brain is still stuck in the service mindset, where Twitch is a single-purpose tool that you do one thing with, and then you do everything else somewhere else. So my brain goes, oh yeah, I just fire this thing up. I sit in the chair and I talk to some people, and then we shit post about other things or whatever. So I have no real loyalty or sentiment to this website. It's just a thing you use. It's just a thing you use. That's it. So I have achieved a level of zen with my brain where, like, you know, the episode in the pale moonlight from Deep Space Nine, to paraphrase Romulan Senator Vreenek, my opinion of Twitch executives is so low that you'd have to really go out of your way to disappoint me. To be disappointed at Twitch for using AI art when perfectly good artists were available on the website would be to have had any faith in them to begin with. And, what version did I settle on? This is the PlayStation 1 version, Obrism. Welcome on in. So, when I play Resident Evil 3, okay, something that's not be shitting on Twitch for a minute here. When I play Resident Evil 3, the original one, famously sort of has a branching narrative where the order in which you do things and the way in which you do it can affect how the game is played and in what way things happen and in what manner in which they happen. My preferred method of approaching this section of the game is to come into the restaurant, meet Carlos, and then kill Nemesis here, because it results in a very unique conversation pattern that only occurs with that very specific set. It doesn't occur under any other circumstances. If you meet Carlos somewhere else, doesn't happen. If you come here but you don't defeat Nemesis, it doesn't happen. I'm not going to sit through and read this entire pamphlet. I don't give a shit. So in order to get the outcome that I want, which again results in a completely unique conversation between Jill and Carlos that is so amazing that it simply must be delivered on every single time I play this thing, we have to come here first and we have to kill Nemesis, which is why we brought the rocket launcher with us. So, in order to bring that about, let's go ahead and summon Carlos. Because apparently he's really, really attracted to giant hooks. Like he's playing Dead by Daylight here.
What's that?
Calm down, lady. I'm no zombie. My name's Carlos, Corporal of Umbrella's Biohazard Countermeasure Force. What's your name?
Bitch.
Jill, did you just say you belong to Umbrella's army?
Yeah, we came all the way out here to save you civilians, but the mission went bad the minute we landed.
I have a big gun, this door is locked.
Wait, how did he find me?
I'm gonna hide in the kitchen.
Over here.
Are you crazy? You could have barbecued both of us.
What? I can't hear you! I can't hear you! Quick, do a David Lynch impression. Oh no, Nemesis got back up! Oh no! Come on, this week. you're good, Aubrism, because I know the combination. So yeah, we'll take this. It's what is it? The first aid box, and then we go out the back door, which should be easy to remember because of the obvious. And then this unique conversation occurs. Can't be heard any other combination.
Wait, I have to ask you something.
I know. You want to ask me out? All the foxy ladies love my accent. It drives them crazy.
What? Keep dreaming. Tell me, why did Umbrella send your team in?
Now it plays as
We're here to
normal.
rescue the civilians.
Don't lie to me. Umbrella is the reason why this whole mess began.
Look, we're just mercenaries, hired hands. Do you really think the master would tell his dogs why they have to retrieve the stick he just threw? If you want answers, you should talk to someone else. I am not with Umbrella. Believe it or not, we're only here to rescue the civilians. If you can trust me, then help us. Think about it.
I mean, in his defense, he's right. He's not with Umbrella. He's just a contractor. He's just a contractor, so he doesn't actually work for Umbrella. He's just contacted through a temp agency. He's just purely a temp. Also, this is something I could have harped on earlier, but I'm going to mention it now. Swear in a restaurant, right? By the way, has anyone noticed how the American city of Raccoon City looks awfully laid out like a Japanese city? Like, not terribly unlike, say, a Kamurocho, for instance. Has anyone noticed that? How it's full of, like, little alleyways and stuff that you couldn't fit a car through, but holy crap, is there an awful lot of establishments that seem to be openable inside of alleyways? Anyone notice that? But anyway, so what are we in right now, all right? We're at a food establishment, right? So this was the kitchen with the propane leak. There's the hole in the floor, which we'll go have a look in. Here we have what appears to be the main dining room with this restaurant here. Those of you who know the answer can give it in about 10 seconds. All right, we're in the back of the general dining area. What did we not view at all in this? What seems missing from a food establishment? We got a kitchen. We got a dining room. We got a front entrance, a back entrance. Some kind of freezer or whatever the hell it was in the ground. Yeah, there's no fucking bathroom. There's no restroom. Where are you supposed to take a piss to wash your hands? Resident Evil 2 and 3. Neither one of them is a public restroom. Just poop in the street. What is this, Rhode Island? We have highest standards here in Jersey, okay? We just shit on the Jets. I don't think there's anything actually down here. I just want to have a quick peek. Because yeah, depending on what sequence of events you do things, sometimes different shit happens. His chest has been ripped into and torn apart. Well, ain't that unfortunate? It's a freezer. I reckon it's not freezing right now. Yeah, no one poops in Raccoon City. No, they don't. Remember when we played that 24 game and someone actually said they had to go to the bathroom? And I'm like, but no one in 24 poops. That's literally the meme. Nobody poops on 24. You just never realize it, but you have access to ostensibly 90% of the Umbrella Lab, and there's no bathrooms. Nope. Now, there is a toilet in Resident Evil 2. There is a toilet. An actual toilet. And you're going to have to take my word on this, or you can go back and find it yourself, but there is a toilet. It's not in the RPD. It's not in Kendo's gun shop. You know that train on the platform you take down to the Umbrella Lab? It's like this little closet type room, and if you play Resident Evil Outbreak, actually, that door is closed, but if you play Resident Evil 2, the door is open. There's a toilet in there. Honest to God, there's a toilet in there. There's no sink to wash your hands, though. If you want to wash your hands, you got to go back into the RPD, through the sewers, past the giant spider demons, and go to the night watchman's room. And there's the sink you can use to wash your hands. Like I said, I'm not even making that shit up. Also, apparently coming soon, Resident Evil 4 playing at the theater. Or, I'm sorry, Biohazard 4 is apparently what that says. I don't think there's much of anything we can do out here yet other than steal the weed. So we will. Someone made a video on how long to reach a toilet in every Resident Evil game. Yeah, someone needs to do that if they have not already. In Resident Evil 1, surprisingly, it doesn't take long. Silent Hill 2, the any percent on that is like 0.0001. Oh, is there another one here? Oh, there's an. Is that a baker? Oh, I thought I was seeing like another little mini weed here, but nah, just some dumb shit. All right, let's go to the newspaper office. Let's learn all about Raccoon City local access journalism before it gets bought out by some big national syndicate. But yeah, like I said, my relationship with Twitch is purely transactional. I do this dumb show, and I don't know, they collect some cut. And after that, they don't really give a shit. And the interesting thing is... And this kind of leads into the second story. So, if you're someone from a selected smorgasbord of Latin American countries... Also, I need to go back to the... I just realized I need to go back and get something here, so I'm going to do that. Twitch has apparently seen fit to lower the requirements for Partner Plus, or whatever the hell it's called. The PP program. The Dan Clancy PP program, where he PPs and stuff. What a pisser. Anyway, so those who mayhaps are not aware, again, especially if you're a viewer and you don't stream, you wouldn't know this. You like this dumb show? It's not so dumb. Hey, I'll take it, Agent Skylorn. The standard recompense for a self-paying sub is a 50-50 split minus fees and possibly taxes. So if an American sub is $5.99, an American self-paying sub, if you were on a 50-50 split, you would get what, $2.98, $2.90, you get the idea. Whatever the hell, half of $5.99 is $3 minus a shred of a penny or something. You get the idea. Minus transaction fees and shit. So probably like, what, $2.95, $2.90, depending, something along those lines. It could be less. I'm sure there's someone who could give me a more accurate estimate. But even if we pretended that was not the case, if it's a $5.99, 50-50 split, I get 3, Twitch gets 3. Twitch, I get less than 3, but for argument's sake, let's say there's no fees. Now, used to be in a bygone era where if you had enough people self-paying for their own subs, like not gift subs, but like people were like, oh my god, I want to give you money and do a resub. Like if you had like, it was like 300, I think the original figure was like 500. If you could convince 500 people to spend recurrent money on you for like 3 months, Twitch would renegotiate your contract. It was like the worst kept secret in streaming. And you could get a 70-30 split. So, I don't know how the math worked out much better back when it was $5. So I don't know what a 70-30 split of $6 is. But basically, actually this is where remember that Cool Boy 401 show we did like a Saturday and a half ago? Had that fractions game? That would have come real handy right about now. But anyway, if it's a 70-30 split, you would get the 70%, Twitch would get the 30%. So a $6 sub would mean like, I don't know, $4.50, something like that. I'm just guessing here. Anyway, math. Now, in more recent years, Twitch has decided to fully publicize what this deal is and then spell out what the requirements are, which is nice, transparent. I will never not say no to a transparency layer. I will never say no to that. I will never not say no. I will never not say yes. I did a double negative. I will never not say yes to a modicum of transparency. Yes, especially if she's pretty. Where Twitch decided, all right, we're gonna set the magic number for the magical 70-30 split at, it's either 350 or 300. I can't remember which. I want to say it's 300. Might used to be 350, now it's 300. So if you want the 70-30, you had to convince 300 people to sub to you. And again, I don't mean gift subs. Like 300 unique accounts had to say, I want to hit the sub button and pay money. But they went, look, 300's a lot. We get it. I mean, we all live in an ivory tower, but we're going to pretend we get it. Like, all right, how about we put it in middle layer? How about if you convince 100 people to do that, we'll give you 60-40. And so they did. And for a time, we had that. We had like 110, 120, some number. But, a long enough timeline, entropy comes for us all. And, Twitch as an entire website is not immune to any kind of a slow decline. And we slipped under that, and it is what it is. But for the next while, I get 60-40. If I ever get 3 months above 100 again, and I'm not campaigning for that, again, I don't give a shit. I work 40 hours a week. I work a good job. My partner works a good job. I'm not worried about... I'm not running a fucking begathon here, so... I figure you save your money watching my show with minimal to no ads, you can spend them on someone who needs it. But anyway, down in South America, Latin America, whatever you want to call it. Technically, they call it LATAM. Sounds like an airplane company. Fly LATAM. We know you got 3 choices in air travel: horrible, dreadful, and terrible. And we're striving to be horrible. LATAM. But anyway, something happened down there. And on Monday, Twitch announced, okay, do you live in this smorgasbord of global Southwest countries? Includes, I don't know the names. I don't know the exact countries. I'm sure someone could rattle them. It's not all of them, but it's quite a few of them. They're like, all right, here's the deal. We're gonna help you out here. We're gonna lower the requirements. So for the 60-40 split, and if you live in those Latin American countries they specified, you only have to convince 50 people. And if you can do that, we'll give it a 60-40. And then they went, okay, but the even bigger one, the 70-30. If you can convince, we'll do you a break. If you can convince, you don't have to convince 300 people. What if you convince 200 people? You convince 200 people, we'll give it a 70-30 split. I mean, that's a hell of a chunk of change. Now, this obviously caused no shortage of people in other regions to go, well, how come they get that? How come they get that thing? How come we can't get that thing? Australians are wondering why they can't get it. Europeans are like, why can't we get that? Us here in America are like, why the fuck can't we get that? What happened? What's so different? What's so unique about these guys? And you could look at it and go, is it an economics thing? Is it to equalize sub prices? But then you realize, no, Twitch has local sub pricing now. These places don't have to spend $5.99 American to buy a sub. It's equalized to some extent with their local currency. So maybe it's more than that, maybe it's less than that, but they've done some mathematician thing to equalize it. So you're like, well, okay, if that's the thing, then why do they suddenly have a half a requirement? And what happened is those countries inadvertently engaged in a massive coordinated labor action. They didn't mean for it, but they wound up doing it anyway. Because you know what happened? A whole bunch of the major Spanish-speaking Twitch streamers from those regions all upended and went over to Kick. They don't even stream on Twitch anymore. They all just went to Kick. Because Kick's got that 95.5. Of course, the catch is you're on Kick and you're surrounded by shitheads. But, you know, for a lot of the upper echelon, that's not really a detriment. You know, the sort of lowest common denominator types. It's like, oh, shitheads? Those, that's my prime demographic. Yeah, I'll go make 95.5 over there. And the problem is so many people went over there that Twitch is losing a lot of market share. A lot of market share. Because all those people up and went to Kick. And for the longest time, Twitch's opinion on such things has been, look, someone goes down, next person up. You know, it's like the show must go on. They're like, okay, if this person is down, then all right, it's zero sum. Their audience will just gravitate towards someone else. The problem is enough people, again, they weren't coordinated. They were just like, oh, Kick has better money. There wasn't any coordination. They all just did it. But the problem is enough of them went over there that to an extent their audiences did actually go over there because enough of them went. And there wasn't enough entertainment on Twitch for the people who stuck around. Which means that Twitch has lost out big on the revenue that these people could have made from subs, but also advertising. How the fuck are they supposed to fulfill all these ads if those regions aren't streaming people, don't have enough streams? So that's why Twitch has done this. That specific region unwittingly engaged in a massive coordinated labor action. Again, they didn't mean to do it. There wasn't any unionizing. They all just did it. To a point where it threatened Twitch's bottom line enough that they were willing to renegotiate the sub split. Now, Twitch isn't going to admit that that's why they did it. And frankly, they shouldn't, because the problem is that's the Streisand effect. If Twitch comes out and says, yeah, so we decided to offer a different sub split because, well, you know, some people left and it would beget itself. If Twitch went out and admitted that that's why they did it, then everyone else would do it. They would go, oh, fuck, I'll just go to Kick then. Worst case scenario, I'm a Kick streamer now, and I just live in that ecosystem. Best case scenario, Twitch renegotiates our sub splits. So that's why Twitch has to use other verbiage in order to get the point across. It's like, oh, look, listen, we were just feeling nice, you know, market factors, the challenging landscape, you know, please stay here. That sort of thing. I mean, friend of the channel, Zach, and I were having a discussion with a bunch of his folks. He's like, yeah, that's 1,000,000,000% what's happening. 100 fucking billion%. I mean, it's not something for nothing. I fear the Greeks even when they bring gifts. Twitch doesn't do a thing like this out of the kindness of their hearts. And that's another thing that's going on here, too. So some of you, apparently this is a North American thing. I don't know if it's just partner and affiliates, but Twitch, and this isn't an advertisement. I have to set the stage for this thing because I'm going to say something Zach didn't say. I'm not stealing all of his takes. It's not my fault that he and I agree on quite a few. We don't agree on everything. We don't agree on everything. We agree on enough things. But anyway, Twitch is apparently going to introduce the ability for you to make certain purchases using the money you've earned on Twitch. Sort of like a direct payroll withdrawal or some shit like that. Where apparently you could use it to buy bits, gift subs, that sort of thing. Can't use it to buy anything recurrent, like subs or turbo, but you could use it to buy gift subs, buy bits, and other things that aren't recurrent user spending, like the turbo and so on and so forth. Now, the reason, this is where, you know, the reason why they're doing it, like, there's a lot of people who maybe stream on Twitch or stop streaming on Twitch. Now, Twitch there's a threshold to receive a payout and not have to incur like fees. And it used to be $100. Now I think it's 50. And I mean, it's not something I've ever had a problem meeting since like 2019. It's not something that's been a concern for me specifically. But the thing is, like, there's no shortage of people who maybe you stream a little bit as an enthusiast, or maybe you were streaming for a while and you're not streaming anymore, and you never could quite get up enough to get that payout, but, you know, there's still money sitting in the Twitch bin. And this, as Zach does point out, and, you know, this is where he and I agree, is that it allows Twitch basically to recover money that's on the books but is otherwise that just can't be touched. It's basically an escrow. I mentioned that we used to live in Wisconsin. I've been to Lambeau Field. Lambeau Field is the home of the Green Bay Packers, and it's a wonderful stadium, great, tremendous experience. But because they're all about community, or at least putting on the facade of community, whenever it fucking snows there, and it snows there a lot, hey, Rich as well, welcome on in, they will get the local population of Green Bay to come in and, you know, dig the snow out of the stands. You know, people can, you know, sit down and watch the fucking game. And they say as much when you take the stadium tour that when they did that, they used to pay these people by check. The problem is these are fucking football fans and Packer fans, the kind of people who will willingly hand over $100 or something for a share of the team, when honestly, no, you're not a stockholder. That's not how that works. But that's how their brains are wired. So when they get a check from the Green Bay Packers, like, no, this check's too nice. This check's too nice. I can't deposit it. I gotta frame it. Gotta frame it. It's too nice. It's a memento at the time the Packers gave me money, so I gotta. This is also not a good Wisconsin accent. It's just kind of doing my Boston shit. But anyway, so they would frame it. And the problem is when they would frame that check, is it meant the money didn't go anywhere. The money had to sit there because the check was never cashed. So it just sat there until, I don't know, either the check expired or hell froze over, whichever happened first. That being Green Bay, it freezes over a lot. So eventually they made the decision to, that I believe they no longer use checks. They use some other form of payment. I don't know if it's direct deposit, straight cash, I don't know. But basically they have switched payment to such that it's not a thing that could be held in escrow. Where basically payment is immediately made for services rendered, and it's not done in such a way that they'd be stuck holding the bag if some idiot just wanted to frame a check. That sort of thing. Now, Twitch deciding that people could use their uncashed out funding means that anyone who has perhaps not passed the payout threshold can then use that money for purchases on Twitch, which allows Twitch to take that money off the books and then also, you know, make money off of it. It's like, depending on what people buy, they're basically reclaiming half the money and then giving the other half to whoever they fucking spend the money on. You know, that sort of thing. Now, this is where it goes a little further, because this is where I like to read further into these things. Now, Twitch could have implemented that at any moment. Now, like I said, I fear the Greeks even when they bring gifts. This sounds like a tremendous feature. Why is Twitch doing it? And why is Twitch doing it now? This is basically the Twitch equivalent of looking through the couch cushions to see if there's any change in there. And it turns out there's a lot of change in that couch. Problem is you can only really look for the change in that couch once. Yeah, it's oh my god, I didn't know we had this, but how often is that going to fully replenish so that can happen again, you know? It's like, it's a resource. you didn't know you had, but it's finite. It cannot be so easily replenished. It's like cutting down a big, beautiful tree. You don't have another one immediately in the wings to replace it. That sort of thing. I'm gonna switch to the Magnum now, just because, fuck it. Oh, I don't need this lockpick anymore. Get that shit away from me. And put the first aid spray away. Is there anything else I should be carrying right now? Nah, we're good. We're good. So yeah, Twitch is doing it because it's an easy way to make a little bit of money. But it's a belt tightening thing. It's the kind of crap you only do when you're desperate. Like, again, I've told this story a couple of times. There was a time, I think it was 3 years ago, where any streamer, be you an affiliate, community, whatever, where, hey, by the way, Mr. Tofu, welcome on in. Is this my way of announcing a platform change? No, I'm not going anywhere. No, I'm not going anywhere. No, absolutely not. I'm in the unique position where I don't have to care. Because again, this thing we do isn't responsible for paying my bills. So I can just go with whatever is convenient. And with most things in life, the thing that's convenient is the thing I'm already doing. That sort of thing. I also love Hambot doing the tip command while the Ko-fi Streambot's also doing the tip command. Come on, you two have to coordinate. You can't both be posting your shit at the same time. It's gauche. It makes me look like I actually am running a begathon, which I am not. But, that was like 3 years ago. And I've told the story before, but, you know, I like repeating myself. Where you, again, used to have 14 days of storage for VODs. So if you were John Q streamer, you didn't have a check mark next to your name, you didn't have Prime Gaming, you weren't paying for Turbo, you could get 14 days of VOD storage. 14 beautiful, sexy days of VOD storage. At which point you could make clips out of it, you could download it, export the VOD to YouTube, whatever the piss. 14 days of storage. Now, 3 years ago, I think it was 3 years ago? I mean, if it wasn't, someone can correct me. Twitch decided, all right, hang on. We're going to turn it down to 7. We're going to reduce that to 7. 7 days. You don't get 14 days of VOD storage anymore. You get 7. 7. Now, at the time, I called this. You know me, I'm the Cassandra of this shit. And not just because of the giant titties. I said, this is the kind of move you make. This is the kind of belt-tightening move you only make when you're starting to get desperate. This isn't the kind of crap you care about when it's the bright, sunny day and everything's going great. Though maybe they should. I mean, there's a lot of things Twitch didn't do while the sun was shining. But anyway, this is the kind of belt-tightening move you make when you're starting to get concerned. And, I mean, and I posted this on Twitter, because that's where I was on at the time. And no shortage of corporate sycophants would wander into my replies and say, no, you don't understand. This is a great business move. It will save the company money. And fucking Mary Kish was liking that shit too. So, I mean, people at Twitch like, yes, this is a smart business move. It will save us money. And I'm like, I'm not disputing that. I think you're missing the point. I think the point you're missing is that this is a tell. The same truth can hold two different meanings for two different people. They're going, this is a smart, savvy business move that will cut costs and help everything be hunky-dory. And I look at that and I go, you don't fucking switch from 2-ply toilet paper to 1-ply toilet paper just because you woke up on the wrong side of the bed. You know? It's not how this shit works. They're always locked in when I go on a rant. And again, that's why I love playing Resident Evil 3, because, like I said, I don't gotta think about the gameplay. I just go. Oh my god! Smoking's... Does that say permitted? Oh my god, smoking is permitted! Yes!
I can embrace my francophone heritage and I can have me a cigarette. The smoking is permitted in the space of la city de Raccoon. I can enjoy myself. Je pourrais avoir la cigarette dans la cité de la Raton-Laveur. Mais oui! I think that's what raccoon is in French, Raton-Laveur? If I can't remember. And it's 11 o'clock where my mother lives, so I'm not going to be able to get an answer out of her. Exactly, fume. Also, the Queen Pib show says, don't fucking smoke.
Let's go, smokes.
Don't smoke. Don't actually smoke. That's a prop cigarette. Just like these things, they're props. So there you go. You got your E rank. Yeah, let's go. Smokes. You quit in May, but you wish you still did. You'll do fine. You'll be all right. Hey! No munching on the ankle. But yeah, I looked at that and I said, that's an omen of bad things to come. Twitch doing belt tightening like that. And I mean, it's only been more of that since. I mean, sub prices went up and that poisoned the well a bit and shit got more expensive. Twitch stopped innovating. And again, and I know I did interrupt that zombie eating ass. I know. Yeah, like Twitch. I mean, and I mentioned this like probably a few weeks ago, is the viewership of Twitch, it ebbs and flows throughout the year, but where it is right now is below summer 2020. And 2020 was still when everyone was like sort of in denial, like, oh my god, yeah, COVID's a thing, but we can hang out outside, and Twitch's numbers hadn't gone completely supernova yet. But yeah, as in with most medias, the summer months are the slower ones. That's why you don't usually have brand new TV shows running. Like Law and Order will not be doing new episodes in the summer because everyone takes the fucking summer off. Your kids are off from school. You go to fucking Disneyland or whatever the hell it is you do, and so they don't bother showing all the brand new TV shows. And Twitch is kind of like that as well. My logic is in the summer, just play whatever the hell you want because, like I said, it's going to be fucking beautiful out. A whole bunch of people are going to be off enjoying the beautiful weather. So just do whatever the hell you want to do. And the trick with that is we're already below summer 2020. But we're not at summer yet. And in my theory, and this is, you know what? I'm going to call this the George Wendt theory. The guy who played Norm on Cheers passed away. He was also Santa Claus in the Colbert Christmas special, incidentally enough. And, you go to Cheers where everyone knows your name. That sort of thing. For you Zoomers and Gen Alpha, I'm referring to something that used to be called a television program. It used to be a thing that you would sit down and watch at a predetermined time for anywhere from 30 to 60 minutes. And there'd be either 11 or 22 minutes of ads, something along those lines. You don't get that nearly as much these days, but I feel like I should explain that in case someone from the 18 and 25 demographic snuck in here. Statistically speaking, you don't, but I feel like I should put that out there anyway. Hey, La Bombo, welcome on in. And, for me, and you can all decide where you throw the dart for you, it's like, when did Twitch peak as a creative product? Because, like, other than the incidental shows improving themselves, perhaps, as time goes on, when was the last time Twitch did something that changed the game? You don't have to actually answer that question, but the point I'm driving at is, at some point in the existence of a product, there is a downturn where people are like, yeah, I think I'm done. Let's move on to something else. It happens. It happens. And Twitch as an entire website is not immune to that concept.
Let's hold that thought. Let's go say hi to Carlos and his friends. It's time for Carlos and friends. We're ready, to Jill, put this on. We're ready to put this thing on. Dun-dun. The foxy ladies love my accent. I'm scared. Come on and come to the place where Carlos really sucks. Come on and let's start the party with Carlos and friends. Carlos and friends. They love my accent. It drives them crazy. I'm gonna be here all week. Tip your servers, try to avail. No, that was not a prepared bit. I have been known to riff on occasion.
You're one of the survivors from the rescue team, right? I just ran into your teammate, Carlos.
How did a girl like you manage to survive?
'Cause I slay, bitch.
Hey, I'm no ordinary civvy. I'm a member of STARS.
STARS? You mean the RPD Special Force Team?
No, I'm on the cheerleading squad. She actually is.
Is someone wounded back there?
No, he just dropped an entire bottle of raspberry jam on his chest plate. Nice, fine. Ignore all the random moaning and crying and sounds of contemplating going to the great beyond.
Oh, this looks bad.
They're coming. Get ready. Fire. Fire. Stay together.
Look, it's
Calm
not.
down. You're safe now. Everything is gonna be okay.
Oh, he's fucked. Listen, it's not blood and guts, okay? We went to Subway, and he let the contents of his meatball marinara just fly completely out the front of the sub. He'll be fine. She's an idiot. I mean, you have to remember at the end of the day, Jill Valentine is still a cop.
So, Jill, did you decide to help us out? It looks like we're the only ones who survived. We should work together.
No, we can't trust her.
Damn, Nikolai said ACAB.
Why? But Sergeant, we need her help. Our unit's down to you, me, and Lieutenant Mikhail. That's it. And Mikhail's hurt bad.
I don't know.
If we don't cooperate, we won't be walking away from this
Between
mission.
the cop and Nikolai, I think I'd actually take my chances with Nikolai.
Fine. Then let's go over our plan. We're moving to the clock tower area, which is the designated landing zone for the extraction chopper. Once we get there and give the signal, the chopper will fly in and pull us out.
We're using the pull-out method?
That's a lot of ground to cover.
I don't know about that.
I don't think we can make it on foot.
The main problem we have is that the landing zone is cut off from here by the fire. So we have no choice but to use this cable car to navigate through it. Fortunately, we can also use it as a moving shield to get us through the worst areas.
That works for me. Good plan, sir.
Okay, people, let's get moving.
Jill, put this on.
A double-dicked strap-on? Why? It's not evident because we're wearing a different outfit, but Jill got outfitted with some extra backpacks and shit that gave her 2 extra inventory slots. Yeah, the pull-out method doesn't usually hold up at family court. Yeah, no kidding. All right, let me make sure we grab that wrench over there, and we shall proceed. Bada bing, bada freaking boom. Anyway, to go back to the whole norm theory I have about Twitch is Twitch, by and large, has existed in a largely identical state from a technical and entertainment standpoint for, and again, some people say perhaps even prior to the Amazon acquisition. Because at one point, you know, Twitch was not owned by Amazon, and then it became an Amazon company. And again, it has been argued in chat that perhaps it has ceased to be forward-thinking and trying out new ideas since then, and I wouldn't disagree with that assertion. So, what happens when you keep doing the same thing again and again and again and again and again and again and again? I mean, look, some people can be set in their ways. Like, I like this thing. It does it for me. I love it so much. I will show loyalty to this or this concept. It does it for me. I will spend, God knows, I will spend a lifetime doing whatever this thing is. Yeah, no kidding, Dallas Corgi. And some people like, variety is the spice of life. The thing I do today might not be the thing I do tomorrow. The thing I did 6 months ago might not be the thing I do 6 months from now. That sort of thing. You may not always do the exact same things. You may not always consume the exact same products. It is possible sometimes for you to just age out of certain things. It happens. Hitachi makes a fine product. Okay, some things just cannot be perfected or cannot be improved upon. All right, okay. Hitachi holds the thing on that. Yeah, sure. All right, fine. In fact, here comes a satisfied customer. He was so satisfied, he just had to rush out and tell us about it. Unfortunately, he seems to have lost his head. But anyway, and it's the same thing for me. Like, I used to be a much more active chatter on Twitch. Used to be on Twitch a lot more, and then I'm not. And it's not necessarily that I don't like the people streaming on Twitch or that I don't like it. It's just, I don't know. I was like, what else is there? Everyone watches all these TV shows and these movies. What if I watched TV shows and movies and played video games? Like, I don't, like, outside of, like, I do most of my watching work lurking, and even that doesn't happen all the time anymore, because I don't have Twitch Turbo anymore, and, oh boy, watching some channels without Twitch Turbo. Oh, that's painful. Ah. Ah. See? Here's people filing out of a channel that ran too many ads. Rimshot.
They're like, oh God, I can't get continuity when there's 3 minutes of ads running every 20 minutes. I'm out of here.
There are people out there who I feel do ad breaks appropriately. AB's actually one of them, incidentally. Where it's like, all right, we're going to have a break in the action. We'll have, like, community time. We're like, we know the ads are running during this segment. We'll stop the action so nobody misses anything, but maybe we'll do a bonus talkie into the camera sequence. That sort of fucking thing. A Bronze City of Raccoon City Mayor Michael Dickhead. Check in with him later. There's a streamer who runs 2 minutes of ads every 5 minutes. Right. Like, at some point, it is possible for you to go, why don't I try a different app? Why don't I see what else is out there? Like, at the same time, like, when you would, I mean, I'm not on Twitter anymore, and I'm not on whatever Blue Sky's equivalent of streamer Twitter is. So I don't know if we're still speed running all the same discourses or not, but, like, every once in a while, with people would get, down in their doldrums about maybe they're not seeing the kind of success they think they should get. You would occasionally have to remind people that, bye, Carlos. Oh my God, are these all the foxy ladies who just love your accent? Oh my God, they're boys. Oh my God, the boys want to hear your foxy accent. Unfortunately, they don't have ears anymore. So, kind of shit out of luck on that one. This is why you only watch me on Twitch. If your pie hole can't block the ads in it, you're not down with it. First of all, respect for using that pie still. And again, cards on the table. I don't run any scheduled ads. I think sometimes if you're on like the web UI, you get like those banner ads that shrink the screen and put a thing down there, like the old McDonald's thing that said, Double cheeseburger? I'd hit it. You know, that old fucking McDonald's ad, that sort of thing. My understanding is that, in theory, you're supposed to get a pre-roll, and that's it. Your mileage may vary. See in store for details. Sorry, I got distracted by all of Carlos's incessant screaming fans, and I kind of lost my train of thought there. Fuck. Anyway, the prevailing point being that... Oh, yeah. Yeah, I said that I don't fucking run ads, and... yeah, like I said, it's possible that maybe you go, what else is there out there? Like, I mean, I'm rewatching old TV shows. Rio's working on a rewatching of Lost. I've been playing Vampire Survivors, Fire Emblem, Three Kingdoms, Houses, whatever the f it's called, Three Waifus. Did not internalize the name, but I really fucking love that one teacher with the blonde bob and the extremely fat titties. I don't even remember her name, and I'm like, well, if I'm cosplaying anyone, it's gonna be her. Until someone even finer looking comes around. But anyway, like I said, you could look at this website and go, what else is out there? What else could I do? You've been watching The Simpsons for the past 4 months on season 34. I love a good sleep aid. Lost! Yeah, you have to scream that every... See, that's the thing. Like, sometimes if I'm at work and Rio's got Lost on while she's working, she'll text me when it happens. But the thing is, I've started intentionally typoing it. So it used to become lumps. So I would put like an M and a P in it. But then I would start taking those letters and then just scrambling them around. So it's like, most! Because, I love my partner and we like screaming random gibberish at each other, apparently. That's what we do. Yeah, the tools! Yeah, see, you're getting the idea. You're getting the idea. Yeah, sign of a good marriage is just nonsensically creating random typos and reinterpretations of the word lost. Ask you how you know. I know. So anyway, the punchline is Twitch is on a slow decay. Dan Clancy is continuously looking for ways to keep the lights on while stripping parts off of it, just to see if the whole site can run long enough until it either goes down the tubes or Amazon sells it to someone else. And Twitch stopped giving a fuck a long time ago, so in that sense, Twitch and I get along great. Twitch doesn't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. We get along great in that we don't communicate with each other anymore, which actually isn't even remotely healthy at all. But I'm so jaded that I don't care. The Angel Yumo's got the right idea. And, right. The lead into this was discussing why would they come to our concert just to boo us? So again, Latin America inadvertently did the labor action, got themselves the easier path to 60/40, 70/30. See, they were smart. Those people brought in zombie dogs. They threatened Dan Clancy with zombie dogs. And that's how they got the easier 60/40 and 70/30. I'm joking, obviously. No, a whole bunch of them went to kick. And then Twitch became desperate and then tried to negotiate new terms. And, hence when I said I look like Olivia Benson, you like it gave Jennifer Love Hewitt. I mean, hey, what can I say? A nice, extremely voluptuous titties, fat ass, brunette wig. People can impart their own wisdom on that one. So you may be like, well, what can North America do? Honestly, probably nothing. Probably nothing. This is going to be a take that will sound better coming out of my mouth than if I wrote it down. Like, there's certain things you could say. Like, this is the thing, like, we sort of, it's an unwritten rule in the Queen Pib show, and I think it's an unwritten rule in most shows. We're like, the streamer gets to be the edgy one. Because the streamer gets to not only say the words, but we can control the tone, the inflection, the delivery. We can put a beat in the center of it. There is little room for interpretation. I mean, there is still some room for interpretation of the things we say, but the manner in which we say it, we can present things in a manner in which we would like to. Like for me saying that Latin American streamers unleash the zombie dogs to get that split. It would sound more like a threat if you wrote it out in text. Like certain things, the spoken word and the written word are two different things. There are stand-up routines that if you wrote them down, it's a bad read. I'm not saying anyone has to write them down and prove my point. In fact, I'd prefer you didn't. But you could just acknowledge that written comedy and spoken comedy are two entirely different concepts and must be handled differently. So, I'm not saying I'm about to do edgy comedy. I'm just saying the thing I'm going to say is going to sound better coming out of my mouth than through my fingers. What I'm gonna say, it's not necessarily, I'm not saying anyone is at fault. This is more of a forget it, Jake, it's Chinatown situation. Sort of a, look, it is the way it is. It can't be fucking helped at this point. Without wishing to spoil the plot of the Roman Polanski film starring, god damn it, what's his name? Joker, Departed, damn it, I should fucking know this. Shining, yeah, Heath Ledger. Yes, Heath Ledger was in The Shining and he was in Chinatown. No, he wasn't. Jack Nicholson. Without wishing to spoil the plot of Chinatown, it very much ends in sort of a very neo-film noir situation where ostensibly the status quo, an unacceptable status quo, will be allowed to continue, which leads to one character saying to Jack Nicholson's character, "Forget it, Jake, it's Chinatown." As if to say that, look, we can't there's nothing we can do. There's literally nothing we can do. It is the way it is. Whatever effort it could take to fix whatever this problem is, we could simply never muster up whatever it could be. I firmly believe, now, I'm mostly looking at North America in this, but this could possibly be extrapolated to other regions, but I'm speaking from a North American. Everyone's like, could you just say the hot take already? Like, stop it, I just want to hear the hot take. Well, you're gonna have to wait because I make this other statement every time we've been live for 3.5 hours. We'll probably go for about another hour or so, but our scheduled broadcast will be tomorrow night, 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Pacific. More of this will continue Resident Evil 3 from wherever it is we leave off. That's the real freaking thing we're gonna do. I'm gonna bin the battery for now, and I should go for the return trip, which means I should bring. Did I bag the other crank? Nah, I'll go do the return trip because I'm gonna be headed in that direction anyway. See, I got everything I need. So, yeah. The hot take, the extremely hot take. Yes, I am edging you. Bearing in mind that I just finished explaining to you the concept of, look, it just is the way it is, not necessarily through the fault of the people involved, but it's just the way it is. You're never gonna get that kind of class consciousness amongst English-speaking North American Twitch streamers to get the kind of concession that Latin American streamers were able to get out of Twitch. You're not gonna get it. It's not necessarily because the people involved don't want it or wouldn't want to do it. The problem is just that so many of them, and again, I'm not saying they're wrong to be in this position, But so many of them are in a position where they simply cannot afford to be doing these kinds of things. Like, I don't know what everyone... Again, I'm an enthusiast. I don't even look at... Half the time, I don't even realize I've been paid by Twitch. I do realize it at tax time. Then I go, oh yeah, there was money. But for the most part, the people, you know, and I'm not asking anyone to open up their books. I'm not accusing anyone of anything, and I'm not saying, all right, Pam, I'm all open up the ledger. No, don't fucking do that. Don't fucking do that. But like, there's so many people who went all in on this as a concept. Who, again, I work 40 hours a week. I work in an office full of people. I have health insurance benefits. I have a 401k. I have a car that is fully paid for. So on and so forth. This is not my job. If it was my job, it would be presented a lot different. Because I would have to satisfy the profit motive in order to live. I don't have to, so the show can exist in spite of the profit motive. And I'm not saying anyone is wrong for going after the profit motive when you're streaming, especially when it's your fucking job. You kind of have to. You have to hustle, because, I don't know, you want to live? It's like the old last week tonight thing where, like, is from a couple of years ago, where they were like, you know, because so many fucking benefits and being able to live is tied to having a job, so they're like doing this bit. And I swear to God, the lady from Some More News must have been in the sketch, because I swear to fucking God that was her in that sketch. Where it was like this job interview was being conducted, and it boiled down to, do you want to live? Because why else would you get a job? Because you want to live. Because in order to participate in the society, in order to have things, in order to have shelter, in order to have food, in order to have the necessities, you kind of have to work. It's not that anyone should have to work, it just is what it is. Oh my God, zombies. So, obviously, if streaming is your full-time position, then you are required to, you know, do the hustle. Not the dance, the concept. And again, when you have people whose ability to live is tied to, you know, their Twitch racket, taking a principled stand, which in this case was just going over to kick instead, but even if it wasn't going to kick, but like, I'm gonna say stop gifted subs, do tippies. I'm gonna disincentivize subs, you know, that shit. They're literally fucking with their own bottom lines. They may be fucking with their ability to exist. Did I pick up that hose? I can't remember. Did I miss the hose? No, I did not miss the hose. Good. Let's do the hose. Let's do the hose thing. Let's make all that water just gush everywhere. Yeah? Now you like that, don't you? You like it when you're sopping wet. Yeah? Yeah? Okay, that wasn't meant to be inappropriate, but now that I think on it... Yeah, I could see how that could be construed as being inappropriate. Do I have a favorite Resident Evil character? Morpheus from Resident Evil Dead Aim, because they're a fucking icon once they transform. The clop, 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 the hair, the boobies, the ass, slay. Gun to my head, favorite character. The shining star burns the most brightest for its brevity or whatever the fuck it is. That sort of thing. So we're gonna do a little return trip to where we started the game, just to see if anything has changed. There could be some changes. You never know, baby. So anyway, like I said, it would be more difficult to ask North American Twitch streamers to engage in something that could threaten their bottom lines to enrich everyone else. And, like, the thing is, like, I mean, I started this show on Twitch when I was doing math in my head here. 30, 31, somewhere around there. You know, I was still young. I mean, I'm still young-ish, but I'm not as young as I used to be. I'm 38 now. All these zombies like, hey, I'll still bang you. And don't think for one second I don't appreciate it, but I'm gonna have to show you all the Magnum door anyway. But the other, like again, as I get older, it's not like, oh my God, I gotta think. I mean, I fully believe that even though I have a retirement plan, it's gonna be too fucked when things happen that we're not gonna fucking retire. But like, I have to envision a world where maybe my earning potential is diminished because, I don't know, health things or fucking economic changes or some shit like that. Like, I can't assume that my earning potential and the way my body works will be permanent. And no one can make that assumption. No one can. I mean, one need only look as far as long COVID, on top of any number of weird calamities that can befall a person. One need only consider that, for instance. So, but the problem is, especially if you're in what we do, depending on whether, I mean, if you're a 5-figure viewer, Andy, you get over 10,000 people, you make hundreds of thousands of dollars a month. Okay, maybe this isn't so much of a concern for you, but the people that Twitch, because those people, you'd think Twitch makes the bulk of their money off those people, but they don't. Those people are loss leaders despite all the revenue they bring in, because it takes additional resources to broadcast those. It's the 100 to 1,000 viewers, Andy. Those are Twitch's big bread and butter streamers. Those are the ones who make Twitch a lot of money. But those are all the people who ain't necessarily making all the money in the goddamn world. And as you get older, you know, this doesn't come with an inherent 401k. You'd have to come up with one yourself. And, I mean, again, maybe this is just me projecting my own opinion on top of everyone else, so I could be completely wrong here. By the way, if we want to change the Nurse Jenny outfit, I suppose it's speak now and forever hold our peace. Let's have a peek. That there is a saying, treading water is the same as drowning. Like, at some point, depending on how long you've been doing this and what the economics of it are like, it could reach a point where it's like, can this truly continue? So you can't ask these people to engage in a labor action that would already threaten their bottom lines a lot more. We'll just do the Nurse Jenny for a hot minute here because, I mean, margins being what they are, shit's tight. And like I said, this is why I said a take like this would sound better coming out of my mouth than being written, because if you write that out, I'd be like, Pib said that all of you are poor and therefore do not have principles. That is absolutely not it. But, you know, you would try fucking putting that into one fucking message. And then putting it on Blue Sky, where nobody understands nuance. Let me tell you, you ever want to be disillusioned with humanity's ability to understand nuance? Try telling a joke on Blue Sky. It's like, your mouse is gravitating towards the reply. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Don't do this. Please,
just go to the like button instead.
Don't do it. Man,
no, don't try to explain my own joke to me.
Think of your fans. Think of everybody. You gotta kick them out.
Yes, you hate waffles. Exactly. That sort of shit. But anyway, it's going to be tricky to ask these people to do these things because, again, line's going down. Line is not good. If line is going up, you're basically going against gravity at this point. If line is going up, you're violating the laws of gravity. And I mean, congratulations, but... And there's the other, and an extension of this. And I'm not saying that this person's right for what he did. Some of you are familiar with a guy by the name of Adam Conover. I think that's his name. I forget what he does. I think he's a podcaster or something. I remember seeing some TikToks during the SAG-AFTRA strike. I can't remember if he was also associated with the IATSE one or not. I can't remember. But someone pointed out, and they weren't wrong, that a lot of your content creators who, you know, are in too deep, as it were, and, you know, have to take deals like, I don't know, Raid Shadow Legends and shit like that. Someone pointed out that your people in content creation, and I hate that term, but I'll use it for this one use case scenario. And if they have to take deals, the deals are gonna start getting fucked up because that's all that's paying now. Like, it's not like I'm gonna get an ad read to say, today's show was brought to you by Kunkelman Chevrolet. Come on in and we'll slap you around. We don't actually have any cars to sell. There was a giant flood. It destroyed them all. It's not like that's gonna happen. But yeah, apparently Adam Conover had took a deal to advertise some AI shit. And, yeah, it is the opinion of the Queen Pib show that all of this AI, generative AI bullshit is bullshit, and it's horrible, and it's bad, and it's applied on society. It's a massive drain of resources, and all it does is create useless shit. You want to see the kind of useless shit AI creates? If I got some inadvertent AI useless shit for you, it's farm fresh, came right out of the factory today. You know, we watched that video about the Luxor several weeks ago. The buffet at Luxor Las Vegas closed, but I could never remember when it closed. So one day, I just Googled Luxor buffet. You know how if you Google something, I really should switch to a different search engine. You know how if you Google something, this stupid fucking Gemini AI answer, whatever the fuck it is, shows up at the top and tries to summarize whatever the hell it thinks you're asking about? Well, when I just Googled Luxor buffet, presumably so I could find out if the Luxor buffet was open or not, one time I Googled that, and it said that the Luxor buffet was open. It is not. It is closed. Another time I Googled it. It correctly identified that it was closed. It correctly identified that it was closed the first time I looked today. And then when I Googled it again several hours later to go, it's not still going to give that stupid answer right. It gave a completely different answer where it suggested that it was open. Also, in both posts, you may also notice, it has been suggesting that the Luxor is set to be imploded in 2026. Both posts have suggested that the Luxor is going to be blown up. The second one actually cited its source, a Facebook post written on April 1st, 2025. So if you're wondering if Google's AI is still referencing a Facebook shitpost several weeks after I initially pointed this out as evidence that the Luxor Las Vegas is being destroyed, yes, it is still doing that. Like, if you want a milder take on AI, a milder take, bearing in mind that I abhor the concept in totality, were it not for the environmental killing problems that generative AI has, any enjoyment value that generative AI has is purely when it is doing things that are anarchic in nature, things that are broken, things that have kitsch value, things that are clearly unintended. Like, for instance, suggesting that the Luxor Las Vegas is going to be destroyed and using a Facebook shitpost as evidence. That is the only, I think, enjoyment that can be derived from it. But again, even that is unethical because of the environmental concerns. That is the only enjoyment, quote unquote, that could be had from the concept. And of course, so many of the things AI does enables fascism because they can just use it to generate their stupid little fasci art and not have to, you know, basically hold an artist at gunpoint or something like that. And, hold this thought here. I have to ask someone else their opinion on AI. Hey, random lady! Whose scream I didn't hear because I came in the wrong way. Hang on a minute. I gotta go around. I came in the wrong way. I think. I may have already fucked this up. I gotta go the other way. Yeah, Schrodinger's Luxor. That being said, again, the other thing, and the other half of this anti-AI argument is the minute you ask people to pay for it, they flee. Because no one wants to pay money to use this shit. That's why I say it as anarchic value. A weird, silly little toy that you could do dumb fucking things with. Like, certain examples are like, what if you played like a modded video game that replaced like gunshots with like people just saying bang, bang, bang. Like if you replaced all the wave files. You know, like basically like digital graffiti. But the minute you ask anyone to actually pay for this horse shit, they leave because why would you pay for this crap? It's just a dumb, stupid toy I amuse myself with. And if you ask me to pay for it, I'll be like, fuck off, I'll do something else. Again, I'm not endorsing the use of AI here. Oh my god, that lady who I wanted to solicit an opinion for on AI is running away. Where are you going, girl? Wait, wait. You okay? Hang on, I gotta ask you this question. I have to interview you. Well, so much for asking her opinion on the concept. Her alleged father's not going to be any better. Hey, remember when he said he'd rather starve to death in here than be eaten by these undead monsters? Well, well, Lottie freaking da! Look who couldn't be bothered to stick to his principles. That fucking F-Troop thing, right, where they say, you're gonna wear that dress. No, I'm not gonna wear that dress. You're gonna wear that dress. No, I'm not gonna wear that dress. He's wearing the dress. That's fucking that for this game. I'm not gonna get eaten by zombies. You're gonna get eaten by zombies. Not gonna get eaten. You're gonna get eaten by zombies. He's dead, eaten by zombies. It's a fucking shame. Pip, did you just reference Freakazoid? Yes, I did. Deal with it. Yes, I just referenced Freakazoid. Why did you do that, Freakazoid? I gotta get Freakazoid on my Plex. Oh, well, I guess, oh god, I gotta read a stupid note. Here's the other reason why generative AI sucks. It couldn't write this masterpiece. Give me some masterpiece music. AI could never write this. Dario's memo.
I can't help but wonder if anyone will read these words, but writing them will help me maintain my sanity, if nothing else. After I've become a meal for those undead monsters, the GIs responsible for sealing off this town laugh upon discovering my corpse. Yeah, we did kind of have a laugh, yeah. So is this how it's supposed to end? I don't want to die. I'm just not ready. My wife, daughter, mother, my entire family has been killed. But none of that matters anymore. Right now, my life is the only important thing. It's all that matters. I would have never pictured my life to be like this. I had so much left to do. Rather than becoming a salesman, I should have tried my hand at being a novelist. But I've always wondered. But my mother would only tell me you have a long way to go. Why? Why did I ever listen to her? But this looks like the end of the great Dario Russo, novelist extraordinaire. Cut down before his prime. Whammy!
Forgot the Metal Gear Solid ending chime's not there anymore. You get the idea. Yes, truly the Dean Koontz of his era. Well, I guess if he's dead, he's not gonna eat all this. What was he gonna do with all this gunpowder? Was he gonna make like fucking Kool-Aid out of it or something? Does he have like a nitroglycerin fart and explode? Was that his fucking plan? Whatever. Anyway, so Adam Conover, allegedly principled person involved in the SAG-AFTRA strike and all that stuff, recently took some kind of sponsorship for his program that was some kind of AI product. I don't know what it is. I'm using it as an example. So when I say, you know, all of these things are forget it, Jake, it's Chinatown situation, it's going to be very difficult to expect 100% principled, left-leaning, principles out of people who basically, you know, the roof over their head and the mouth and the food on the table is going to hinge on them producing, I'm going to use a dirty word here, content. Which is a nothing term that I hate. I mean, no one walks up to Al Pacino and says, "Oh my God, Al, I love your content."
She got a great ass, and you got your head all the way up it.
No one's gonna walk up to him and say, "Oh my God, I love your content. I loved Heat." Crypto, not AI. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Crypto's got its own beefs, but okay. So he took a weird crypto thing, which my understanding made a lot of people go, huh? I mean, it's gonna be like that for a lot of people because they gotta take the deals that exist, and not a lot of the deals are gonna be great. The Queen Pib Show will also obviously accept any corrections to any of the shit that's coming out of her mouth. You know me, I hate speculative assets. But anyway, it's gonna be like that. Like, there's all kinds of people who are like, now in entertainment, this is an entertainment thing. This thing we're doing here, it's entertainment. The book you're reading, entertainment. The cat you're playing with, entertainment. You whacking it 4 hours later to some porn you found, entertainment. With a degree of gratification, but entertainment nonetheless. You can consume or not consume an entertainment product for any reason you want. Literally, you could do it for any bullshit reason, true or contrived, you want it. Maybe I said a hypothetical nice thing about AI if it, in a very extremely narrow band scenario in which it somehow isn't wholly stealing everyone's works and also destroying the environment. And maybe even with all those qualifiers, you went, no, not for me. Sorry. That's your right as a consumer of entertainment to decide, look, this is the fridge too far for me. I'm out of here. You would be well within your right, obviously, to make a statement like that. Because, again, like I said, it's entertainment. You can consume it or not consume it for any reason, real, contrived, whatever. Could be, maybe I didn't smile at you enough or something. Wait, that actually happened once. That's a story for another day. I'm also working on making fancy pants ammo, and if you make enough shit ammo, you can make fancy ammo. And that hasn't happened yet. So for example, when Adam Conover is hawking crypto, there's a lot of people going, I'm sorry, you fucking what? And that's the difficult decision he presumably, and I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt here, had to make, where he's like, do I do this crypto sponsorship and, you know, have food on a table? Or, I mean, I don't know what his books look like. I don't know. It's none of my fucking business anyway. But I'm assuming one takes a deal because it's a good deal and they need a good deal because, you know, there's no retirement plan that comes with this thing we're doing here. So he presumably had to do that. And like I saw, there was no shortage of his people who watch his stuff was like, fucking what? And there's a lot, and that's why I say that even though in a vacuum, so many people can be like, yeah, these things are all completely fucked up. AI is horrible. A genocide is ongoing. You know, all the right things. But then when it comes time to putting food on a table, maybe they have to take a deal from a company that's on the BDS list, or otherwise promote a thing that goes against their perceived or stated principles. I'm not justifying it. I'm just, again, it's a forget it, Jake. It's Chinatown situation. It's the economics of the matter. And again, things getting tight and being what they are, people got to make choices. So again, the what's the word I'm looking for here? The hypothesis, not the hypothesis, the what is it when you do a university paper? The thesis is that anyone that deep in the weeds doing this sort of thing, you kind of have to have you kind of have to maybe have measured or scaling expectations of what you can expect from them. Now, that doesn't mean that you have to put up with someone who crosses whatever your red line is. You don't have to. Again, it's entertainment. You could choose to consume or not consume an entertainment product for any fucking reason you want. Until, of course, the Senate passes a bill criminalizing not consuming certain shit. At least until that happens. Also, put the STI Eagle away. You're never gonna carry that gun again. All right, fine. Give me the shotgun for a laugh. I haven't carried that in a hot minute. And I mean, there are some people who do things I don't wholly agree with, but I understand they're in a tight position. They haven't crossed a red line. But I'm like, I could deal with it. I can appreciate their position, but I'm also not gonna expect the world. It's a damning with faint praise kind of situation as well. Because it's like, okay, I can't expect these things from them, so maybe I won't also expect these other things. I mean, it's entirely possible if you look at a person and go, look, I don't like this, that, and the other thing. However, they do serve this one extremely narrow band purpose. Like Colin Cowherd, massive shithead, racist, bunch of other completely fucking atrocious things. Occasionally has great takes about media. Functionally useless on just about everything else and should not be listened to on any of those other topics. Then you can have someone who maybe does a thing and you're like, nope, sorry, that's it, I'm out. And like I said, it's gonna get tight out there. So that's why I'm not expecting North America or all of these other regions to go, oh, well, if we played hardball with Twitch and disincentivized our subs, or hell, maybe even packed up and went somewhere else, Twitch would have to give us a more favorable sub split. I'm not counting on that. Too many well-intentioned people are just too deep in the sauce at this point. And again, I'm not saying that they're bad to being that they're victims of circumstance. It's not like someone gets into this thinking, all right, my dream is to live paycheck to paycheck. No one gets into this business wanting that. No one does. No one wakes up in the morning and goes, I want to put out a product that struggles. No one wakes up and thinks that. They want to put out a product they like, that they're proud of, that can put food on the table, that sort of thing. So that's why I said, damning with faint praise. Forget it, Jake, it's Chinatown, take your pick. Also, I'm done with the nurse, done with the Officer Jenny. It's Officer Jenny, right? I haven't played Pokemon in a hot minute. It's Officer Jenny and Nurse Joy, right? I can't remember which one is which. All I know is I gotta get back to the storefront, get back into the pleather outfit. All I know is that they both start with J. After that, I'm a little bit confused. You love the struggle, what do you mean? Perfect. Hey, you doing? How you doing? How you doing? What's your face? Welcome on in. You love the struggle. Yeah, it's just, oy vey. Yeah. And then again, you know, Twitch firmly being in it doesn't give a fuck anymore mode, coupled with a large class of streamers who can ill afford to take principled stands because they would be threatening their own living conditions. I would not expect to see the kind of efforts that enabled Latin American countries to get the easier 60-40 and 70-30. Again, this is why I love playing Resident Evil 3. I have a handful of games, and I'm sure y'all have those too, where you've played it so often, so much of it is muscle memory, you remember where things are, you remember what you gotta do, hell, maybe even got the cheat codes you unlocked, and you can just play it while doing this. Like, if we were playing Seaman, right? Okay, one does not really play Seaman, you experience Seaman. Like, if we were playing Lifeline, I would not be able to focus and have this conversation. It wouldn't work. The only way we could have this conversation if the gameplay comes to a dead stop. Mostly because the gameplay also relied on me talking to the game. So obviously if I'm discussing something that isn't telling the character to shoot, or bark like a dog or whatever, then literally the gameplay is not advancing. So everyone's got games like that, and this is one of the ones, for me, that's like that. Alright, let's go to the silly umbrella satellite office, or whatever the hell the goddamn thing is. My brain keeps wanting to think it's a post office, even though it's not. I don't know why. But my brain keeps going, that's a post office, even though it's not. So, scoot on through here. Yeah, right through here. So like I said, I'm not expecting that sort of thing. There's two games. Like, everyone's familiar with Papers, Please. The dystopian document thriller wherein you work the East Grestin checkpoint, you say glory to our Stotska, and you can choose either to militantly uphold the state and all of its regulations, you abide by everything and deny multiple people entry into the country, even though this could result in heartbreak, could result in families being separated, in marginalized people being subjugated. and do quite well for yourself, or you could go rogue. You could try and make these people's whole. Not make their holes. Make these people whole at risk to your own being. Because if you let someone in who's not supposed to get in, but you feel morally that they should be allowed in, you take demerits. You take hits to your paycheck. Papers, Please is a game that makes it difficult to be a good person. Because being a good person often requires sacrifice. It shouldn't, but sometimes it does require taking the harder path. And I mean, to be quite honest, to tie it back to the discussion we had at the start of the show, that's what the whole Joe Rogan podcast thing is. It's the easy route. It's tearing people down. It's saying that well-intentioned people shouldn't be able to have what they need, that the status quo should be upheld or dragged backwards. Easy answers to stupid questions. Deprogramming that will take a Herculean effort, not just from politicians who are apparently exhibiting no sign of wanting to put forth that effort, as well as an entire population doing a whole lot of, hey, it's not cool to do that. Actually, and rewarding good behavior, deprogramming bad behavior. It will take a Herculean effort. It's something that can be done, but it's not something that's going to be instant, and it's something that will take literally everyone. I'm not laying out a plan or anything. I'm just speaking broad spectrum facts. Now, there is another game, an interesting game. I've looked at it a couple of times. It would have kitsch value, but it's trying to be Papers, Please, but it's not quite doing the same thing. It's called Not for Broadcast. It is. It's one of several 100 billion different fictionalized things that take place in dystopian Britain. Because apparently, when we think dystopian, our favorite place to put it is in Britain. Rimshot? Me, Not for Broadcast. V for Vendetta. The one I'm thinking of. We Happy Few, which was made by Canadians. Wait, oh gosh, Canada. Oh, you couldn't put anything dystopian there, eh? That sort of thing. And also some of your fucking cartoons. Dishonored. When the Wind Blows. Whole bunch of British people just went, why'd you do that? That's a low blow. Why did you do that? All three of you are still awake going, why would you bring that up? But anyway, in my understanding is that in Not for Broadcast, which is another one of these games where like you're simulating a menial task, but there's an additional layer of gameplay going on. The term, for instance, Yahtzee Croshaw throws around is the post-dad game, where you're simulating a job, but there's like an extra level going on above where the narrative is taking place. And in Not for Broadcast, you're basically the switchboard operator for a British TV station that is in the aftermath of a right-wing populist government taking shape and taking office. And your job is to either uphold the regime and play material that is flattering to it, or side with the rebellious faction and air their content instead. But my understanding is that the issue with that game, from a narrative standpoint, is that the decisions that you make writ large don't affect yourself, the player character. They will, however, affect that guy, though. Because he's dead.
What did you do?
I had no choice. He was about to turn into a zombie. It would have been a threat, so I eliminated it.
But he was still conscious, wasn't he?
He was as good as dead. And it took fewer bullets to kill him now than it would have if he had transformed.
Oh my god, Nikolai. What are your thoughts on my big voluptuous boobies?
Not now, I'm busy.
You don't want to look at my giant voluptuous titties, Nikolai? You bastard, I hope the zombies eat you. I hope they eat you. Yeah, like CBS maintain the government line. Yeah, exactly, Flounder. You know what I'm on about. What is it with CBS and always pulling this shit? Like, they're the network that fucked over Edward R. Murrow. But anyway, in Not for Broadcast, the decisions you make, whether you uphold the right-wing regime or you broadcast programming for the rebellion, it doesn't actually change anything of the day-to-day of your character, the switchboard operator. Sure, it might make you might be making some of the newscasters' lives a living hell, but you're not doing anything that threatens your position. I don't know that there's like a traditional, and someone can correct me if that's the case, but my understanding is that there isn't really like a traditional game over that can just end the thing. Like, in Papers, Please, it's possible to game over without getting to the end of the game. You fall below a certain threshold or whatever, and the state just gulags you, or you do something, or they catch you doing something you're not supposed to be doing, and they gulag you and your whole family. Like, there are fail conditions in Papers, Please that don't involve getting all the way to the end of day 30 and getting a bad ending after that. The game can end early. Like, for instance, when that inspector comes by and you just hand him the EZIC note and he goes, "Oh, would you like to come to the building with the nice men with guns?" And then that's the end of that playthrough. Anyway, the password is Aquacure. So, in Not for Broadcast, there's no consequence for being a good person. It's just a pure moral choice. It's a binary decision as though you were playing a Mass Effect game or something. Which, incidentally, I tend to prefer to go the Renegade, which everyone assures me is the fascist route. But what could be fascist about me knowing best and everyone else being wrong? It's not my fault that I'm doing the things that'll preserve the safety, security, and integrity of the... Oh, wait, no, hang on, now I get it. Look, I wasn't being a space fascist when I left the Citadel Council to die aboard the Destiny Ascension. I just figured as 3 politicians, we could always get more. You kidding me? It's like the Democratic Party in Congress. Those people die in office at twice the rate the Republicans do. So, incidentally, Uplink, I think, would qualify as a post-dad game, even though it predates the concept by like 20 or 30 fucking years. Yeah, now that you know that, the replacements are just as old. Yeah, I think the thing that happened yesterday was like the House representative that got one of these oversight committee leadership roles over AOC died of cancer yesterday or something. And everyone's like, could y'all maybe stop running people who are literally dying? Like, it wasn't like it was a sudden thing and he fell over dead. The poor bastard was fighting cancer. It's like, maybe go fight cancer, bro. Maybe do that. I don't know. Maybe that would be a better use of your time. Yes, he was a young 74, cancer notwithstanding. That reminds me of this Mark Maron bit.
The fuck do I do with you now?
Yeah, that guy. where he's talking about the composition of the Rolling Stones after he saw a concert to go see them. And he says, and he's talking about the people who are active duty members of the Rolling Stones. And he says, Ronnie's a problem. He's dancing around. He's got shit dangling from his hair, but he's the kid of the group. He's 68. That sort of thing. But if he's fighting cancer that he can't fight against, exactly. Right. Yeah, if only maybe someone else could do that instead. If only. Anyway, Nikolai, you didn't want to look at my titties. I hope you burn. Uh-oh. Oh. Hey, Nikolai, how you doing? F7 in chat for Nikolai, I guess. Well, anyway, no, not that one. Yeah, that one. Yeah, do that one. Very nicely done. Yeah, I'm guessing Nikolai ain't doing so hot right about now. I just got the feeling. So yes, as I was stating, in Papers, Please, it is difficult to be a good person. No, being a good person does not mean you rubber stamp Georgie Kostrava's visa every time he tries to come through. You can still be a good person and deny Georgie Kostrava entry to Arstotzka when his paperwork doesn't match. Or when his weight is wrong because he's got drugs taped to his legs. You can deny him entry then. Glory to Arstotzka, the greatest country. Where is your passport? Arstotzka so great. Passport not required. Passport is needed. Oh yeah, Georgie's fucking great. Don't ever let him into the country though. You gotta have a country. And if you let Georgie Kostrava into your country, you will no longer have a country. You're not gonna have a country anymore. So yes, when it comes to easy things like having principles, engaging in rudimentary harm reduction, you can count on a lot of people in the creator class to do these things. But when it comes to decisions that'll affect the bottom line, that's when it's put up or shut up time, and that's where you kind of have to lower your expectations. Now, that being said, you can lower your expectations, but you don't break them. Again, if someone crosses the red line, if someone plays the wizard game, for instance, and you want to tell them to go spit, like this guy, for instance. You would be well within your right to say, actually, hold that thought. Hold that thought. Ahem. Ahem. What the hell is this jag-off? You're prolonging the bit!
Well, anyway, the punchline was gonna be, yeah, if someone's playing the wizard game and that's a bridge too far, you can do that, and then you can... That was supposed to be defeating him with the rocket launcher. Obviously, it's a metaphor. But as you can see... You ever watch Miss Congeniality? This is the part where fucking Sandra Bullock is saying about Benjamin Brown. Oh, he's getting a little scared. Nemesis is getting a little scared. Maybe we need to clap for Nemesis so he won't be so scared. Where are you, you dipshit? Where the hell is he? Hey! How dare your rockets be able to fire downwind like that? Bitch. Yeah. So like I said, you may have to have measured expectations with some of your favorite purveyors of entertainment. But that doesn't mean you break your principles. Quoth Al Pacino, who once again had great content. All I have in this world is my word and my balls, and I don't break them for no one. Again, I fucking hate the word content. I use the word content usually as a Freudian slip to indicate I don't actually like what's going on. But only apply that to like the last month or so, because I'm trying to reform my not using that word. Like, no one walks up to Al Pacino and says, "Oh my God, you have great content. I love your content." It's a nothing word. It means nothing. Like, "Oh my God, Al, I love your movies." Or like, "Oh my God, I love that you're like 80 years old and you're still having kids." Like, could you stop? That's the kind of content we actually like you to knock it off. Maybe stop doing that. Maybe lay off that content. I know I have a very lovely set of content. It's so true. I know. Alright, let's get ready here. We need to... Am I gonna have time to grab... I'm gonna grab one more piece of what we need before we close for the night here. Yes, show me your discourse. Exactly. That sort of shit. Can I get the... Do we have enough to get the enhanced ammo now? Please say yes, game. Please. I could really go for the enhanced ammo right about now. Come on. Ooh. Yes! Now, if I want to, I can use a Samurai Edge infinite ammo with the enhanced bullets, which is still not going to be as good as using the Magnum, but at least it's cool. So, you know what? Why not? Let's bin... Yeah, bin the Magnum for now. Give me the Samurai Edge. The gun is... It's a Beretta. It's called the Samurai Edge because... Because of a retcon, I'm assuming. And if I load it with the bullets with the red lettering, it turns into the M92FE. And it will make a slightly different gunshot sound and I think also knock her backwards. No, it's just louder and it's just different noise and okay. It's the shotgun one that'll knock her backwards. You get the idea though. Alright, let's put the oil additive away. We also don't need all of these bullets. Definitely don't need those. Let's grab... We're gonna do... What's outstanding? We don't have the oil additive. And we don't have the fuse. I will go get the fuse. That'll be the last thing we do tonight. The reason, part of why I selected this game to play on the show is because I can reliably finish it in 2 streams and also have plenty of time to shoot off at the mouth.
but, you know, I want to keep pace. So, we'll just make sure... Oh, Pib, you better get the... You're forgetting something. You're right, I'm forgetting the car battery. Excuse me while I go retrieve the car battery. I'm gonna do that. Anyway, also, this is the other reason why we have to make sure we keep pace. This is like, look, the integrity of the broadcast must be maintained. I want to finish games in a timely manner. You know what brings me joy? You know what makes me the happiest fucking camper? When the credits roll on a game, and it's right where the show would have naturally ended. That is the shit that makes you go, ooh, yeah, nailed it! Fucking paced it out perfectly! That's what fucking does it for me. When the credits roll and it's like, alright, perfect, well that's the end of the show, everybody! That's what I fucking live for. But yes, I've got a very specific timetable for this playthrough, because starting next Wednesday is we're gonna... Before we move to the police procedural era of the Queen Pib show, we must do the natural opposite. In order to keep things fair and balanced and impartial, we're gonna do a be gay, do crimes meta. Stands to reason, if I'm gonna do games where I uphold the police state even though while taking the piss out of it, we must do the natural opposition of it and play games about militantly building a dual power structure. The Saints Row 2 playthrough starts next week. Which is like the ultimate be gay, do crimes game. I have all the DLC, too. Police Quest era? I mean, maybe we'll do a Police Quest game for a laugh. We'll see. I got everything I need, right? Yeah, I do. Don't need to grab those. Alright, let's keep going here. There's some crows. I'll leave these ones alone. I ain't gonna count them. It's too cheesy. I'm not gonna do it. Not gonna do it. It'd be too sad. So yeah, tomorrow night, obviously, like I said, we will pick up wherever we leave off. Saturday night is live from the bar, but I actually haven't decided what we're doing yet. I don't know if we're gonna do game show night or just something else. The only thing I've committed to is live from the bar. Live from the bar does return on Saturday. Also, under no circumstances do you ever drop down here. Don't. There's no good reason ever to do the drop down. Climb up. Only bad things can happen to you if you fall down there. It basically involves stupid fucking anime hentai tentacles. And they don't even do anything like that. They just try to kill you. So just climb up. Like, there's several things in this game where it's like, play it the way you want to. Experiment. That's the one thing you don't experiment on. Take my word for this one. I may steer you wrong about a couple of things, but that's gonna be one of the ones you can take down when all the way to the imaginary bank. Get out of here! So one thing you won't notice when a zombie is being shot with the enhanced ammo is huge knockback. Like, usually if you're peppering away with the 9mm at a zombie, they're still walking forward. Again, it's like playing Vampire Survivors. They're taking damage, but they're still lurching forward, which is making me nervous. But this shit knocks the zombies back. Which is nice. Oh yeah, we want to go up here, actually. Yeah, me steer y'all wrong? I try not to. I do my darndest. So, bear that in mind. Alright, go ahead and put your silly car battery in here. Bada bing, bada boom. Then off we go. Yeah, enhanced ammo is annoying and it doesn't work on the Nemi gun. Yeah, that's the other thing, Aubrism. is pointing out that, yeah, the enhanced ammo does not work with that STI Eagle. And the shotgun ammo doesn't work with the Western Repeater. Those are the only, like, major downsides. It's unfortunate. Also, you all go squishy. I mean, I think there's even, oh, okay. I was thinking maybe there was through and through, but no, that's not happening. The aim range on this seems to be fairly generous, though. It seems like an oversight. No, I agree. I agree. Of course, the other thing that sucks, too, is you gotta burn so much. Yeah, you have to put so much gunpowder through that thing in order to qualify for the enhanced ammo that it almost makes the entire endeavor not worth bothering with. Especially because no shortage of people also tell you that what you should be doing is putting the red and the yellow gunpowder together to make the blue stuff, and either using that to make magnum ammo or freeze rounds. Because freeze cryo rounds, I believe, but for being gifted them by Carlos, cannot be otherwise normally acquired in the game. It was supposed to be a guiding game. Yeah, my understanding is that Code Veronica was supposed to be the true Resident Evil 3, from what I understand. I brought too many items with me. Shit. Tell you what, let's argue with this thing first. There's a transformer that supplies power to facility. It's in auto mode. Let's turn the goddamn thing off from auto mode. Yeah, let's set it to manual so I can fuck with it. So let me see here. Time for a puzzle. I gotta get this thing between, like, what? You think I gotta get it between, like, 115 and 125? So let me see here. How about blue, red? No, shit. This thing's fucking annoying. Give me some fucking annoying music. Too much. I think basically I have to get it in such a way that the second to last value is a 60. I think. Because that's too low. And I can never, I never remember what the actual solution for this. I just figure if you push buttons enough, you get it. And that's not it. You know, just whack, whack, whack. Sooner or later, I'm gonna get it right. Even if you brute forced it, at some point, you'd get it. That's it. Excellent. Alright, let's see what's hanging in there. I think I need like a fuse or something from in here. We have, oh, there's the grenade launcher. Yeah, I guess I'll take it. It's not what I'm looking for, though. I think I kind of want the fuse thing to be quite clear. Oh shit.
General quarters. All hands man your battle station.
Oh, no!
Set material conditions even throughout the ship. Make Z report to DC Central.
Emergency exit! I never back down! Increase the electrical output! Shocking. Positively shocking. God damn it. Computer, you missed your cue. I was gonna make the Goldfinger joke, and then Shirley Bassey's Goldfinger was gonna play, but you fucked it up.
They played us like a damn fiddle!
Stand down from red alert. You fucked it up, computer. Alright, let's get the other one open here. This one's gotta be between 15 and 25. Oh, well, there you go. This is the other doodad we need. Then we can go save the game. Yeah, actual GG easy. The snag is gonna be, I kinda wanted all of that, stuff back there. Fucking. I wanted all this. So my understanding is that you can head to the emergency exit, and this door that's next to her will not open under normal circumstances, but, you know, your possible impending death is a hell of a motivator, so it will actually inspire her to open that door. But all it does is just take you back outside. But yeah, your impending death can have a tremendous influence on your ability to decide, hey, maybe I should do things I wasn't otherwise willing to make an effort on. Alright, let's go find a save point here. We can wrap this up. So yeah, what a program. We discussed, what did we discuss? Why the left search for a Joe Rogan. The left. Why the liberals search for a liberal Joe Rogan. They call it a left Joe Rogan. It's a liberal Joe Rogan. Will be a fruitless endeavor that solves nothing. That Twitch used AI artwork for new category titles, and that's fucking bogus and horrible and stupid. And Latin American streamers inadvertently got themselves a good by accidentally doing a labor action, and how we're not going to be able to expect that out of North America because that would require a level of organization that I don't think will ever exist in this space. But like I said, I'm not exactly upset about that. It's just, it is what it is. Yeah, exactly. Unionizing, liberals, and the trans tyrant. Exactly. Icons. At least two of those three things I mentioned were icons. One of them is not. Stay tuned to find out which one. Alright, let's see if I'm gonna get my enhanced shotgun shells though, because that's what I want an answer to right now. This will not keep until tomorrow. I need an answer tonight. Can I have my enhanced shot? Come on, come on, come on. Ah, crap. Shame. Won't have it till tomorrow then. What a shame. Alright, put the grenade launcher away. Let's make some sweet wee. May as well, you got all the parts right there. Yeah, you gotta blow it off. See, the problem too is like you would get more out of it if you combined them and then ran it through the reloading tool. But the problem is the reloading tool works off of how many times did you run something through, not the volume of things you ran through it. This is a rare instance where it's quantity over quality. Like if you take 3 full stacks of red powder to make handgun bullets in, it's gonna count it as 3 times through, not the 9 you could have done if you didn't stack them all up. Which is, again, relatively counterproductive if acquiring large amounts of ammunition is the net goal. Alright, let's put the reloader away, and let's just get the goddamn save going here. Again, it's my favorite Resident Evil, but it's not without its little quirks. I won't deny that. Alright. Let's get this save going here. Beautiful. Alright, folks. We have been live for over 4.5 hours. You have been beautiful. You have been marvelous. But it is getting late. And I do have to participate in capitalism tomorrow. I know. Someone as beautiful and fat-breasted and principled as I am should not have to engage in traditional capitalism. But it is what it is. And it's the thing I do to keep the vision of the stupid show I do pure. So I'm going to turn off the PlayStation here. And we're going to start to wind down for the evening. So there you go. We made it not quite halfway into Resident Evil 3. But, you know, if I get on a good enough pace, we'll be able to pick it up quite nicely because we're a lot closer to the second half of the game than you think, because we just have to collect the thing from the gas station, and then we can get on the tram to the clock tower, and then from there, it's the rest of the game. Things will start moving quickly, and hey, you know me, I can speed things up if I need to. And I don't even know if I'm going to shoot off at the mouth as much tomorrow night as I did tonight. I kind of used up an awful lot of A-grade material. Join tomorrow night if I am able to sustain this, or if I've just blown all my talking points one show into a 4-show weekly slate. All right. Before we figure out where we're going, let's read off the list of Gavitas. Your biddies, raids, subs, and tippies to this channel will never require or always appreciated, and I love the shout at the end of the show. Thank you very much to Pizzo for the resub, Thunder Bunny for the resub, Trashy Queen for the resub, AV for the raid. Thank you. Sub to the channel, you can grab the first one. Ain't sub to the channel, you can grab the second one. We love to spread the love around, not always at the exact same place in the face, but at the end of the day, drop you off somewhere where we think you're gonna have a good time. Let's see who's up to what with who's on this wide, wonderful world we just so happen to call it Twitch here. Let's see here. I'm gonna check a couple spots here. All right, you know what? I think I got the spot. I think I got just the spot. Hey, remember when we were playing that? Thanks to the stream. You're welcome. Hey, remember when we spent some time playing that Fist of the North Star Yakuza game last year? What if I told you there was a game that was like that, except it wasn't Fist of the North Star, but the thing Fist of the North Star was ripping off? Friend of the channel, Rambo Rachel, one of the corniest streamers out there, is playing the Bad Max PS4 game, which from what I recall is apparently a really good game. Back in my day, we had licensed games, and sometimes they were even good, goddammit. Let's get in there and watch the corniest streamer show us why. I also still owe her a stream or two of the Fifth Element game for PS1. And I have to tip her off when we do it because I have a Leeloo Dallas inspired look. And she has to be made aware of it whenever that does happen. We will be live next tomorrow night, as I stated, 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Pacific. We'll be playing more of Resident Evil 2. Maybe I'll shoot off at the mouth some more, or maybe I used up all my A-grade material and you'll just be watching drool fall out of the side of my mouth as I just go. For 4 hours. I don't know. You'll have to tune in order to find out. Thank you very much, everyone who followed, biddied, rated, subbed, alert for me, put up with my bullshit over here the entire time. You all continue to contribute to the ongoing success of this shit show we call the Pib Show. Thank you very much for stopping by, and we'll see you next time. Good night, everyone. Seriously, how the fuck am I going to keep up this pace of topics? This thing was lit from start to finish. I'm going to have to do some real brainstorming tomorrow. See you later, folks. Mwah.
Oh.